Before we get started, I just wanted to remind you that this meeting is being recorded and will be posted on DOE's website. If you do not wish to have your voice recorded, please do not speak during the call. If you do not wish to have your image recorded, please turn off your camera or participate by phone. If you speak during the call or use a video connection, you are presumed consent to recording and use of your voice and image. So good afternoon, everybody. Again, I'm Jane Faith. I'm the designated federal officer for the Department of Energy's Electricity Advisory Committee, otherwise known as the EAC. I'd like to welcome everyone to today's meeting. This is the third meeting for this year, but it's the first meeting for our new members, 16 new members. So welcome to our new members. I'd like to introduce our new chair, Mr. Andrew Barbeau. And I would like to also mention that Daniel Brooks has agreed to be the vice chair. He's not able to be here today. We also have new leadership for several of our subcommittees, and I'd like to just quickly introduce them. For our grid resilience for national security, we have Paul Stockton and Dave Herlong. For our energy storage committee, we have Jay Morrison and Julia Souter. And for Smart Grid, we have Karen Wayland and Kirsten Baglas. And I want to thank all of you for the positions that you serve on the committee. So Mr. Barbeau will go over the content of our meeting. Please note that we'll do the best to stick to the times outlined in the agenda. Copies of all the meeting materials and public comments will be available on the EAC website this week. I would like to add that only members of the EAC and certain members of DOE may ask questions of the presenters. According to FACA, we will maintain a public comment period, which will take place this afternoon around 5:10 p.m. For members of the public requesting time to make public comment, please limit your remarks to no more than 3 minutes. For anyone that would like to make a public comment, please let me know in advance by sending an email to me at jayne.faith@hq.doe.gov. If there are any members of the press, we welcome you. If you have any questions for our speakers, please contact them directly. For questions for our DOE staff, please reach out to me via email and I'll coordinate that for you. As per FACA, a summary of this meeting will be prepared and be made available within 90 days of this meeting. The summary will include a description of the matters discussed and any conclusions reached by the EAC. So at this point, I'm going to take roll call for the EAC members. If you could just say your name and your affiliation. Sharon Allen.
Sharon's here. I'm an independent board director and advisor. Thank you.
Lauren Azar. Oh, Lauren's online. I will promote her to speaker in just a minute. Andrew Barbeau.
Andrew Barbeau, President of the Accelerate Group.
Larry Beckedal.
Larry Beckedal, Portland General Electric Advisory Board.
Milo Von Blair.
Milo Von Blair here, Northeast Power Coordinating Council.
Daniel Brooks, not here. Jennifer Chen.
Hi, Jennifer Chen, World Resources Institute.
Deepak Divine.
Here, Deepak Divan, Georgia Tech.
Louis Finkel. He is not here. Lisa Francis.
Lisa Francis, Aligning Energy Solutions.
Mark Gabriel.
Mark Gabriel, United Power.
Paula Glover. Howard Google.
Howard Google, North American Electric Reliability Corporation.
Aaliyah Hawk. Brian Harrell. Missy Hendrickson. Dave Herlong.
Dave Herlong with Ubiquia.
Mario Hurtado.
Hi, good afternoon. Mario Hurtado with Luma.
Aftab Khan. Lynn Kiesling.
Hi, Lynn Kiesling, Director, Institute for Regulatory Law and Economics, Northwestern University.
Thomas Kuhn.
Tom Kuhn, Global Energy Advisors.
Brian Lipscomb, Todd Lucas,
Todd Lucas, Southern Company.
Monica Martinez,
Monica Martinez, Rubin Strategy Group.
Jessica Matthews,
Jessica Matthews, Uncharted Power.
Richard Meyer,
Richard Meyer, American Gas Association.
Samara Moore. She may be online. I'll check that after. Jay Morrison,
Jay Morrison, Electricities of North Carolina.
Greg Poulos,
Good afternoon, Greg Polis with Consumer Advocates of the PGM States.
Allison Silverstein,
Allison Silverstein Consulting.
Timothy Simon. I know he's online. Julia Souter. He's not able to attend. Paul Stockton,
Paul Stockton, Paul and Stockton LLC.
Ramya Swaminathan, Eric Takayesu, Kirsten Burkwas,
Kirsten Brookhouse, National Association of State Energy Officials.
Karen Whalen,
Karen Whalen, the Gridwise Alliance.
John Mellinghoff. I know you're online. I'll elevate you as soon as I'm done here. Greg White,
Greg White, National Association of Regulatory Utility Commissioners.
Audrey Ziebelman. Okay. Thank you again for everybody attending on this meeting. I know it came together rather quickly, and I really appreciate you making time out of your busy schedules for it. And I'm going to turn it over to Andrew.
Thank you, Jane. Thanks everybody for joining today. I know we have a lot of new members. Had a little bit of time to get introductions as we gathered here today. Look forward to working with all of you. We continue to be at a pivotal time, a transitional time for electricity. And even the events of the past few weeks, these issues are not necessarily partisan. I think as we talked about, electricity is not at a subatomic level, is not partisan. Electrons spin up and down, not left and right. Natural disasters, whether they're hurricanes or tornadoes or wildfires and floods, they don't discriminate. Access to reliable and affordable electricity is the spine of our economy. And the promise of clean air to breathe, clean water to drink, and a climate that's livable is very much achievable. Those realities don't change when administrations change. And I think the work, though, to achieve those complementary goals does matter. You know, decisions about how we plan for, generate, transmit, store, use, and bill for electricity do matter. How we prepare for, weather, respond to, recover from natural disasters does matter. The decisions that we have to make here and the decision that the department has to make, they're hard. If they weren't hard, they wouldn't have an electricity advisory committee to help them with those decisions. I believe as a team, this group can handle it. I was very impressed with the new members that we have coming on board. We have grid planning and operations leads at RTOs and utilities. We've got regional reliability organizations. We have former regulators. We have consumer advocates. We have industry leaders. We have top academic leaders. We've got NASIO. We've got NARUC. And this is a very strong team that we have coming in, hopefully for this foreseeable future. My role here as chair, I like to think of as more as cruise director. Try to help guide the ship, be more of a facilitator. I can set up the party, but it's up to you to show up and join the conga line. So as we go, keep that in mind, that what you get out, what you contribute is what you put into it. I also consider my role as chair as more of a task driver, getting into focusing the EAC on deliverables, recommendations, outcomes, and productive coordination with DOE. I think EAC works best when it focuses on specific recommendations with realistic, actionable items that DOE can consider, and where the Department of Energy authentically considers those recommendations as it embarks on its mission. To that end, we're introducing a new framework that we have leveraged a couple times in practice so far over the past couple of years that hopefully puts a little more structure and purpose to the activities of this meeting. This focuses on developing specific recommendations in a formal dialogue with the department for response and collaboration that are consistent of problem statements, deliberation, and formal recommendations with consideration and response. Want to find ways to identify through a problem statement kind of a core issue that is within the domain of the Office of Electricity. We can introduce the problem or plan to introduce the problem as part of a discussion at an EAC meeting for open discussion and contribution with the content of that problem statement and discussion focusing on key gaps and critical gaps and needs that we need to address, as well as key considerations that we have to take into account as we move forward. Deliberation would primarily occur during subcommittee meetings as we progress, finding ways to come up with a core recommendation that can be voted on by the committee at its next official meeting. So trying to move the timeline up a little bit for some of these core activities, and also per recommendation, inviting DOE to participate in some of those subcommittee meetings to understand where the department already is on issues and where we can move things forward and focus. The goal is to have a DOE response and integration, hopefully at a subsequent meeting after a vote for approval, understanding that some things do take time and may be on a longer timeline to kind of figure out. Today, I think we have a good discussion focused on three core areas: energy storage, supply chain, and reliability and resiliency, where a lot of discussion will focus on some of those previous recommendations and actions that EAC has put forward. But I think there's also an big opening to move forward with additional process recommendations and problem statements that we can work on going forward. Given the nature of the transition, I think we've talked about a little bit before, we don't have I think this meeting will look a little bit different. I think there's going to be a lot of more DOE proposal and presentation for folks to consider, rather than kind of a wide body of panels from outside. But I think that's okay, given the nature of the committee and this kind of the new members and entrants today. I want folks to keep in mind that as we engage today, that you really focus on what we can pull out and take away for future work. Want to again continue to recommend that folks contribute as much as possible to the conversation. We had a good instructive talk about that this morning. Is that really what you get out of this, or what we all get out of this, is what we put in. There's a couple flavors of how we can walk away from EAC meetings at the end of the day. First option is to think, wow, that was great, I learned a lot. Or, wow, that was great, I contributed a lot. And we really want to focus on the latter. It's like, how can our presence here not be just for our own benefit, but how do we kind of really push as a group forward things that are critical and timely? So really want to appreciate everyone's involvement today. Really appreciate the attendance in person and those who are virtual here. Looking forward to an active discussion for what is a little bit of a condensed meeting today. I'm going to start off with introductory remarks from Assistant Secretary Gene Rodriguez. Gene, welcome.
Thank you very much. And I have to now admit, for all of you new members who came aboard, who I said it's a piece of cake, there's not a lot of work, Andrew just blew up that myth for you right in it. But I will say I have just a few comments to make. And I think they're going to be interesting because I'm the most dangerous person on the planet right now. I'm a short timer with very strong opinions and no self-discipline. So let's dig in. First things first. Look at how nervous Jane became. First things first. It's incredibly important for Andrew and I to join in thanking all of you who are sitting around this table, who are on the screen, and for those who couldn't make it today. And that's because of this. For the newcomers to EAC, take a look at the KG veterans sitting around the table. These are people who are not just influential in the industry, but who are willing and have shown and demonstrated their desire to make a difference for the industry we all love by leaning in heavily. The work is serious and the work is hard, but these folks have led the way for this last term. For you new folks, I want everyone to look, just don't look at me, look around the table. What we have gathered here around this Electricity Advisory Committee is not just a diversity of positions, not just a diversity of perspectives, but some of the leading thinkers and leading doers, more importantly, around this industry. So what I say to you is, do not come here to punch a time card and think that we will have done our job if we issue a few reports and then the department will go do a check the box type of exercise in reading those recommendations and direction and going through it. We take your contributions desperately seriously. And more importantly, when it comes at this table from the people who actually make this industry work, then it's going to be given a tremendous aren't just influential to the thinking of the Department of Energy. Collectively, you are tremendously influential for all of the outside world. And let's own that responsibility as well. Now, why do I think I join you, Andrew, in suggesting that elections are important, elections have consequences, but in this room, I think the elections are, quite frankly, a red herring. The red herring element of it is this. And again, humble brag for the guy who's not too humble. When I was nominated by the president and confirmed by the Senate, my proudest moment out of all of that was that I was confirmed on unanimous consent. Voice vote, all ayes, no nays. Now, if you know me, heck, in a week's time, I'm going to be flying home to California to be inducted into the California Clean Energy Hall of Fame. That is not somebody who would normally get all ayes across the board. But the reason had nothing to do with me. It had nothing to do with my perspective and nothing to do with my background. It had everything to do that I came to the table and recognized that America's electric power grid has to be reliable, it has to be resilient, it has to be secure, and it has to be affordable. And not just because that's how you keep reliable power in this country. It's that everybody on the Hill, and I would argue everyone in the incoming administration, recognizes that the reliability of America's electric power grid is the foundation not just for our energy aspirations, but also for our national security and also for our economic development where we need growth and economic leadership where we can keep it. So I think the work of this Electricity Advisory Committee is going to weather any transition because the work is so foundational and fundamental. And then there's a second thing that I think makes this EAC even more impactful. We are finally at the place where folks who aren't part of our industry recognize and understand that the complacency built on 130 years of reliable electric service is not going to serve us well going into the future. Larry sits up at night wondering and worrying about AI data centers landing in clusters like teenagers hanging out at 7-Eleven in his backyard and how he's going to serve it. Greg, before he stepped down, was trying to figure out with the economic regulators around the country, how and what and to what extent can we afford to make the investments necessary in a manner that will keep this country reliable, secure, and affordable. Greg is going to talk about or think about the affordability to ratepayers all across the country at a time when affordability has two elements to it. Number one is just the fact that people are struggling to make ends meet, but also at a time in which if we fail to make the right investments in America's grid, then we will create a problem that we will never be able to dig our way out of. The folks in this room are the people who have been handpicked, selected by the Secretary of Energy to tackle the biggest challenge, I think, of the electricity sector forever. With apologies to my friends from the resource generation side, with apologies to my other friends from the folks at the grid edge, it's the grid that matters right now. And we finally have a period of time where people are paying attention to it. So let us work together. And on that work together element, I'm going to do something really mean and cruel because that's my nature. I'm going to make my DASs stand up for a moment. Stand up. I asked them to comb their hair for today's meeting. Why do you applaud them? I pay them pennies on the dollar. I don't want them to get. These are the folks. These are the folks who are not just your partners in the room, but I want them to be your co-collaborators. And we have formal processes in this advisory committee, appropriately so, and we will honor them and abide by them right to the letter. But the mission that we carry out is one that these folks recognize can't be done from inside the four walls of the Forrestal building. So with that, let me end where I started, which is to say, let me thank you all for taking on the challenge of being part of the Electricity Advisory Committee. I can tell you, since I'm a short timer, let me be maudlin for a second and tell you one of the things I told my wife. In fact, my wife is flying into DC. She will join us at the dinner later on. I told her, go take a cab here, you'll be okay. But I told her that I think the greatest blessing of my years of public service is not the trappings of the office, because I get to work in the world's ugliest building, but it's actually the people I have the honor of working with, and that is including and especially all of you at the EAC who are trying to make such a great difference. So let me thank you again, newcomers and KG veterans alike, for your participation. I apologize, we got here just too late for me to be able to chat with each one of you, the newcomers especially individually. I will take care of that, because no matter how organized and what a stern taskmaster Andrew is, I'm a disruptor too, and I will make sure that. And I'm sorry. Oh yes, I'm so sorry. Thank you, Jane, for rescuing me. And I also have the honor of taking us away to a clip from my latest movie.
Hello, and welcome everyone. I'm delighted to greet our 16 new members of the Electricity Advisory Committee and to welcome back our returning members. Working with the Office of Electricity is one of my favorite responsibilities in my position as Undersecretary here at the Department of Energy. Now to the newbies, congratulations on being selected to this vital role. And to our returning members, I really can't thank you enough for your continued service to EAC. All of you, new or returning, are helping to shape the grid of the future with your expertise and dedication. What you do on this committee matters and makes a real, tangible impact in the energy world. And as many of you know, the EAC is a cornerstone of the U.S. Department of Energy's efforts to ensure our grid is not just reliable, but also resilient, secure, and capable of meeting the energy demands of tomorrow. With your diverse backgrounds, from utilities and cybersecurity to equipment manufacturing and nonprofits, you bring a wealth of knowledge that's essential for navigating the complexity of today's energy landscape. You know, the challenges we face are significant. From enhancing grid reliability to addressing emerging issues in electricity production and delivery, your insights will guide us in developing robust strategies and policies. Together, we'll tackle critical questions about energy resilience and the transition to clean energy. And we've seen the power of collaborations in this committee before, and I have no doubt that your contributions will drive meaningful progress. So I encourage each of you to share your perspectives, ask questions, engage deeply with one another. This is really a fantastic opportunity, not just to share your expertise, but to also learn from your fellow committee members, while also making a difference in the lives of all Americans. So thank you for taking on this important responsibility. Together we'll transform our grid for a cleaner, more reliable, resilient, secure, and affordable future. I'm excited to embark on this journey with you. So let's get started.
Say one more thing. And just so wonderful for me to have had the opportunity to work under Secretary Richmond. So before I kick it back to you, Andrew, let me answer the one question that is on many people's minds. I know that it's been asked by some and wondered by others, and that is, Jean, you just talked about the election not having a consequence for the work of the Electricity Advisory Committee. But what about the term of office? What if somebody doesn't like Larry? I certainly don't. But all kidding aside, it's mutual. But all kidding aside, let me clarify how this works. You have been selected, vetted, approved, and you have been, each one of you, either if you're a returning member, you received a letter from the Secretary of Energy laying out the terms and conditions of your participation for another term. If you're a new member, you received a different letter laying out those things. The term of your appointment is 2 years. Nothing, as is the case with any sort of these arrangements, there is stickiness to that sort of appointment. So you are appointed for the full term. And I have no doubt, absolutely no doubt, that whoever sits in my chair back in the Forrestal building to replace me after January 20, when they see that the quality, the impact, and the influence of the people around this table, that you will be welcomed back for term after term after term, and that Andrew will twist arms to ensure that you accept those invitations. So please rest assured that you don't have to wait for another shoe to drop. You have 2 years to be dangerous, outspoken, and influential. So let's make it happen.
Thank you very much. I'd also like to comment that over the past several years, 3 years that I've been on the EAC with both original Trump appointees and Biden appointees, is extremely productive conversation as we've gone. We have about 15 minutes for open question as we kick off for members that have questions for Jean or otherwise. As a reminder, if you do have a question or would like to make a comment, set up your little tent and we will go in the order. Jane will award candy to the first person who asks a question. All right, Larry.
Well, Larry Bicknell again, Portland General, and Jean, thank you for your years of service, first off, and really appreciate how you've led in many ways. I will not forget the grid storage meetings and the ribbon cutting out at Pacific Northwest National Labs where you guys showed up, but it's that kind of thing that is going to make the difference for the grid. And we saw it this summer with the California duck curve levelized because of storage. Batteries make a difference, and we're seeing it in our industry. So this is a time of real change that is happening. And I guess if I had a question, as EAC, like you say, disruptive, all those things, I suspect there are a number of things that we should be wanting to ask to continue within the Office of Electricity. And so are there thoughts that you would say, how do we recommend those things that really need to be pushed and pushed hard?
Excellent question, Larry. I think you have two soapboxes that you can stand up on and be heard, considered, and influence outcomes. One is the process of the Electricity Advisory Committee itself. As you will learn, that especially the work of the subcommittees, I cannot stress enough, this is not a check the box exercise. The work that's done here has real import and impact in the deliberations we make inside the Office of Electricity. So thing number one, lean in hard on the work of the EAC, and especially lean in hard on the subcommittee work. It's one thing when we all get together, but the subcommittee work is really the grist for the mill that makes this gathering important. And the second is just the right of every American, either as an individual or an enterprise, to stand up and be counted on issues of importance. I think in any political process with any party in power or not in power, any set of policy considerations moving one way or the other, the thing that as I look through my 34 years in this industry, that always winds up being the case is it's never about right and wrong. It's about a question of balance. The reason I think that you were able to report back that whether it was the first Trump term versus the Biden-Harris term, now the second Trump term coming up, that the work seems to continue and the focus is the same, is because, you know, I'll confess it, we call ourselves an industry, we put on our ties when we come to meetings, but quite frankly, it's a bit of a community as well, and we all know each other. I talk with people from the first administration because we're all interested in the same things. Certainly there are issues and differences on the fringes, but in the end, it's really a question of balance. How do we balance investments in reliability, resilience, security, and affordability? And I would argue that any administration coming in, and the work being done in the states, for goodness sake, Kirsten, as you know, there's going to be a tremendous amount of work being done in the states that may or may not align with the direction out of Washington, D.C. 50 states, 5 inhabited territories, and the District of Columbia, you guys have your hands full at NASIO, but the decisions are going to be made there as well. Regulatory bodies in each one of those states follow different policy constructs and balance and weigh things differently. So I would invite you as individual members representing great companies, great firms, but also the collective intelligence of this industry to not be shy at a moment in which decisions are going to be made about the power grid that are incredibly important to get right. Can I say one last thing as an old utility guy? While I love the fact that the grid is the greatest engineering achievement of our lifetimes and then certainly of our century, the fact of the matter is asset utilization on the grid is pathetic. And so as we look collectively as an industry, as an incoming administration, as the entities represented around this table, one of the things that we certainly must be considering is what my volleyball coach used to tell me when I was in college. Gene, get smarter, not harder. We have to start thinking about how to enter a century where the grid is more responsive, more flexible, certainly, but has greater utilization than in the past. So we can take advantage all the assets at our disposal, and we don't come at everything as we did when we were first building out the power grid. We just need to build another facility. Resource adequacy is just about some large plant somewhere. This is the group. This is the group that represents not all the stakeholder interests, but certainly all of the stakeholder intelligence necessary to think about how we as an industry work smarter, not harder. Is that fair, Larry?
Great. Paul.
Gene, what a record of accomplishment. Just fabulous. And not only you personally leading, but your ability to bring your team together and drive progress. It's really terrific. Since you're now unchained or on the edge, let's say, I want to ask a question about the regulatory construct that we have for the grid at the edge, as opposed to the VPS. From a cybersecurity perspective, it was fine in the past that we relied on voluntary guidelines, by and large, for cybersecurity of distribution, local distribution entities, and DSOs more generally, because you'd only have localized effects of a cyber attack on a distribution company. Now, of course, with the risks of large-scale IA-enabled attacks nationwide exploiting common failure modes, maybe we need to move towards a different regulatory construct. Your thoughts?
Yeah, thank you. Again, my team knows I'm filled with old saws based on past experiences in industries that are different. So I'll tell you something that sticks with me from my days as a litigator, and that is you take your clients as they come or as they walk in the door. And I think that old saw has import for us as we think about the complexity of energy security in a world where we don't control the build out or even the operation of the grid edge. But in that you take your clients as they walk through the door, same way of thinking about it, I think we have to be clear-eyed that the state of the world today, the state of the United States today, is that that grid edge is going to become more and more and more complex and increase the threat surface, whether we like it or not. So really, Paul, to your question, I think there's a lot of rethinking that needs to be done. Thing number one is the technology and engineering solutions side of things. Let's not look for silver bullets. Let's try to figure out if this grid is becoming less a grid and more a network, how do we find security using the technological type approaches? Thing number two, let us get away, let me make fun of Gil here. Let us get away from Gil's narrow-minded engineering mindset that fails to recognize that with all of those devices at the grid edge are people. And so we're going to have to understand, as Gil is always lecturing me about, we have to understand the behavioral aspects, and not just behavioral aspects for how we operate the grid, but of the people who can undermine or assist with grid edge resources. And last but not least, you're exactly right. Poor Greg has spent all his sleepless nights worrying and thinking about what is, and I don't think it's a regulatory revolution. I don't think it's a rework of the regulatory compact. It's what the people who have the hardest jobs in the world, the economic regulators, have had to grapple with. The grid, the electricity system, people who are served by the system are in an increasingly dynamic, complex universe. And if you're an economic regulator trying to figure out how to manage it, I don't think we need to blow things up. We just need to understand in the regulatory circles, what are the first principles? Regulatory bodies, economic regulators, stand in the place of competition for protecting the ratepayer. That principle must be adhered to. And let's be also honest about, there is no regulatory, I come from California where we have elevated regulation to an art form. And even there, regulatory bodies and policymaking bodies are seriously understaffed with the work that needs to be done. And that's why, as I look at Bill sitting here, that's why we're focusing so hard on not just through formal solicitation processes, but through how we work, how we can be more influential and impactful to allow economic regulators, to allow policymakers, and quite frankly, to allow people sitting around the kitchen table understand that some innovation, some improvement is needed. I don't know if it's a new regulatory construct, but we should be open to all of the things that could help.
Right. I realize we should next time not have the two Gregs sit right next to each other.
Oh, sorry.
But we have time for two more questions for this session. We first have Deepak.
Thanks, Gene, again, for your service and for everything you've done. I think we are at an unprecedented time right now where, we keep talking of the complexity, but a lot of that's driven by technology. Technology is advancing in 2-year cycles, literally. It's exploding in terms of, what it can do. And prices are falling and continue to fall. And, when you have 2-year cycles and fast falling prices, traditional planning cycles of 10, 20 years really don't make a lot of sense. So how do you create things that are more flexible, that are more interoperable, that can plug and play together as we advance this? We are also seeing that, the fast speed of commerce meets the slow speed of regulation, and that creates a whole bunch of problems and opportunities. I think not only is the regulatory construct, requiring some kind of change, but I think the market models themselves, I think, need to be changed so that the grid edge becomes a part of the community rather than a service, entity to be served.
Yeah, so you just, if you haven't read Deepak's book, you just heard a 20-second synopsis of it, but I want to jump on what you were talking about there in kind of two elements. Thing number one, the pace of technological change, the pace of economic change, the pace of everything is moving much, much faster than the systems and processes that we use to build it. Remember, the original electrification of America called for deliberate decision-making to make the right investments because they're going to endure for a century plus. The current situation is that we need to modernize America's electric system in ways that are be driven at the speed of commerce, technology, and innovation and economics. So to be absolutely fair, but also to be mean to you, because I'm always too nice to you, I would say, let us recognize that regulatory decision-making processes will never keep up with the pace of innovation. But what does that mean? We can either throw up our hands and say, well, our goose is cooked, or we can recognize that what absolutely needs to happen, both inside the C-suites of utilities, grid operators, transmission and distribution developers, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Maybe we need to think about how to better navigate our way through uncertainty. Because the bottom line is, we're not going to fix uncertainty. Howard, when you guys think about the risk to the grid, you don't think about it in terms of, let me characterize and define this risk perfectly, and we'll fix it once and for all. It's how we have to continue to manage. And that's not just how you do risk-informed decision-making. It's how we need to allow policy-making, regulation, and quite frankly, investment decisions inside the utility sector to occur. And this is not too difficult. We've got all the smart people around this table. We've got all the smart people in this industry. We can get there, but we just need to own up to the fact that looking for certainty is the wrong way to deal with it. Making decisions in uncertainty is the right way.
All right, we have last question, Tom.
First, Gene, congratulations to your incredible record of accomplishment. I've been privileged to be with you when you received many awards. And I think that the idea that you're going to get into the Clean Energy Hall of Fame is just really incredibly important. And I know how much that means to you. I think that, it's a situation where we talk about reliable, affordable, secure, and there's lots of challenges in all of those, but clean has been come with it, you know, and it's come in a situation that has been affordable and I think that, so I just wonder whether or not you have any thoughts there. Maybe give us a preview of what you're going to say at your induction about the whole idea of moving more toward clean energy.
Yeah, I will tell you this, and as Tom, you know me for all these years, I don't have any thoughts about what I'm going to say then, because I, quite frankly, just make stuff up in the moment. It's a lot easier. I was able to get through undergrad school that way. I don't know why I can't do it professionally, but all kidding aside, this is how I look at the world, and maybe this will come into things. If I'm dealing with the problem from a climate perspective, then clean energy is absolutely a necessary element of that response. In the role I have today, my greatest obligation to the American people are reliability, resilience, security, and affordability. So clean is enabled by the decisions we make to have a grid that works. Now, you've known me longer than probably anybody in this room, and you know I do have a tremendous amount of concern about climate. And I have spent my career working on that. But I will say one thing that I think my friends at RAP came up with a concept that I thought was a genius concept. And then because we're all energy people, we overcomplicated it and it had no traction. And they looked at the benefits of clean energy, not from a co-benefit perspective, or not from icing on the cake benefit, but they said it's a layer cake of benefits. And I do think as we try to work through today's world, what utilities, what regulators, what policymakers need to think about are all of the elements affected by energy. And that does go to climate response, it goes to resilience and everything else. But I will also argue, Tom, that I think one thing that we fail to do in this industry is to allow decisions around investments in the energy space to fully recognize the long-term economic benefits in terms of job creation, in terms of job preservation, in terms of global competitiveness. And we certainly, for reasons that are both appropriate but also understandable, but I think a bit unfortunately, we don't engage a broad enough audience in thinking about the national security aspects of energy. And we'll never be able to go down, sit down on a street corner and be one of those guys with a megaphone and say, let me tell you what I heard inside one of those secure concrete rooms where you can't take any telephones in. But we must recognize that despite the fact that we can't perfectly quantify all the benefits of energy, and we must make decisions that reflect every element. And I would argue that no matter what we have as a new policy construct for the nation, when we look at balance, clean energy shouldn't be on there just because it's clean. Clean energy should be on there because I think there's ample evidence that the energy competition for global leadership is going to be around clean energy, whether we like it or not. And if we in this country cede our leadership to those countries, those nations that are investing mightily in it, we are going to buy a world of hurt down the road. And even today, even in the near term, even in the short term, I worked as a utility attorney on our biennial resource plan update. I recognize the value of diversity in a portfolio of resources. So let's not take it as a religion. Let's take it as common sense. And I think if we're willing to do that and set aside the politics of the moment, then what we'll find ourselves is there won't be a lack of investment in clean energy. It might not be at the level some of us would like, but it won't go away.
It's great.
The greatest challenge of Andrew's new job is trying to keep me on time.
I'm only 6 minutes over at this point, but I'll make it up. All right, so we're going to move next to a presentation from representatives from Department of Energy. And I think it's very appropriate coming after those comments about building up kind of more domestic capability around energy storage. For EAC members, you have a couple tasks ahead of you. The first task is due in February, and that is going to be the 2024 biennial energy storage review, as well as the energy storage 5-year plan, which the work will take place over the course of 2025, due in 2026. The last plan was done in 2021, right around the time the DOE put together an energy storage grand challenge. And so I think the plan was pretty light because DOE was kind of taking the charge on that. And prior to that in 2016, I think it was pretty heavy. So this I would put on the heavier side of things and expectations. So we have 3 representatives here. We have Eric Shea, Deputy Assistant Secretary for Energy Storage, Mohammed Kamaluddin, Director of Storage Validation, and Vince Sprinkle, Director of the Grid Storage Launchpad. Hopefully a lot of the presentation today give a little bit of flavor of what DOE is working on, give me an input into your thinking around your work ahead, and then we'll have a discussion. So Eric, welcome.
Great, thanks Andrew. Let me add my welcome back to the returning members and congratulations and welcome to the new members of EAC. It's wonderful to see so many new faces and familiar faces and friends. I also want to thank Jane and Jean for daring to give me the mic again. I'm going to take the opportunity to overshare and save some money on my therapy bills. So I'm going to tell you about my ex. My ex, as a couples activity, decided to drive us to the Animal Welfare League of Arlington. Oh, I should preface this by saying, how many people have had their own words used against them? Or have been tempted to use someone else's words against them? Okay, so we're driving to the league because she is interested in a puppy and takes us through the aisles to look at the adoptable dogs. Of course, I signed up on the list. We didn't adopt anything that night. But a couple weeks later, I get an email from the shelter asking about a particular dog and if I'd be willing to foster this dog temporarily because she was rescued from a very difficult situation. I said, of course, she looks lovely. So I brought home Daffodil, got her all set up in the laundry room, texted my ex, and she comes over, she walks in the door, scrunches up her nose and says, "It smells like a dog in here." And do you know what I wanted to say? Which brings me to energy storage supply chains. 2 years ago, Ben, are you here? Yeah, Ben is here. Ben Schrager authored an analysis of energy storage supply chains. Along with his leads from NREL, Maggie Mann, and Idaho National Lab, Ruben Yan. And one of the conclusions in that report was that diversifying away from lithium would strengthen and increase the resilience of our supply chains. And then last year, a group of bipartisan senators quoted that exact sentence and then said, DOE, you need to do more to diversify away from lithium. Do you know what I wanted to say? Yes, I know. But that takes me to the first of sort of 3 informal priority areas for the storage program here at the Office of Electricity. The first is we've been told very clearly to diversify away from lithium. And we're doing that. You will hear more about that in the coming, not necessarily today, but in the coming interactions between my staff and the Energy Storage Subcommittee. The second sort of informal priority area is that we recognize the increase in the number of people who are interested in storage and have the ability to invest in energy infrastructure. There's with all of the new storage installations in the US today, it might surprise you that 82% of grid-connected storage installations are located in just 3 states. That's California, Texas, and Arizona. And those 3 states have less than 23% of the population. So we know energy storage is everywhere, but it's only deployed in a very geographically concentrated area right now. So we need to increase the access of storage benefits to everybody. And the third is leapfrogging into longer duration applications, so 10 hours, 24 hours plus. This year, 2024, will be the first year that there will be more grid-connected batteries on a capacity basis than pumped storage hydro. Right? So at the beginning of this year, there were 23 gigawatts of pumped storage and 16 gigawatts of grid-connected batteries. By the end of this year, there will be over 30 gigawatts of batteries connected to the grid. Right? So storage surpassed pumped storage hydro sometime between like June and September of this year. And just like storage is sort of permeating everywhere outside of the industry, it's also permeating everywhere within the department. So while the Office of Electricity is the only standalone office looking at energy storage, almost every part of the department has some activity related to batteries or grid-connected storage. And so what you're going to hear today are 2 presentations on activities that the Office of Electricity sort of stewards or organizes on behalf of the entire department. The first, you'll hear from Mo Kamaluddin on the Energy Storage Grand Challenge Annual Summit, a readout from this last year's event, which I think was the most successful so far in terms of bringing together both all of the different elements of the department to show a unified strategy, as well as bringing together many different parts of industry to get them access to all the resources the department is offering. And the second presentation you'll hear is from Vince Spreckle, who is the director of the Grid Storage Launchpad, and you just heard alluded to earlier. We celebrated the opening of that in August of this year. While OE wrote the check to pay for the building, the activities inside the building span many DOE offices. So again, it's another capability that OE is stewarding on behalf of the entire department. So with that, I'm going to ask Mo to come up and start his first presentation.
Thanks, Eric, and good afternoon, everyone. All right, let's try this again. Good afternoon, everyone. Before I get into my talk today, I just want to say, while most of you are new, you're so far ahead of the game because you succeed in doing something that no one in my time in the DOE was able to succeed in doing. And that is getting Gene to sit down and give a presentation or a talk. I'm surprised he wasn't all over here walking around. So kudos, you're way ahead of the game. All right, so my talk today will again, my name is Mohammed Kamaluddin. I go by Mo. I'm the Director for Energy Storage Validation in the Office of Electricity under Eric's leadership. Today, my talk will actually be more of an informational aspect for you, so more of FYI, and as Eric pointed out, it's going to help with some of the upcoming activities and deliverables that you have to actually help us think about and act on. And that is really talking about the OE Energy Storage Peer Review and the Energy Storage Grand Challenge Summit. And what I put this word here that calls it an inaugural, while these are not new, the way we did it this year is totally different. And that's why we're calling it an inaugural aspect. And I'll also talk a little bit about some key highlights as it relates to these 2 events, specifically around lessons learned, some potential outcomes or highlights from milestones that we achieve, and more importantly, how we're going to set up for a future. So when we think about these 2 events, the peer review, the storage peer review, and the ESGC, these were 2 separate and distinct events that happens at different time in the year, at different venue. And this year, we actually choose to co-locate this event mainly because we saw an opportunity to pair efficiency and more importantly, get a bigger impact through collective excellence. And we saw that in 4 categories. First category is around strategic benefit. That really looks at improving alignment and coordination between these 2 events, strengthening partnership and alliances with our sponsors, and more importantly, increase access to resource and expertise that are not necessarily aligned with both events when it comes to the players who are attending. We also saw an opportunity for operational efficiencies. Having these 2 events at one venue, and we actually had it in Bellevue, Washington, at the Meydenbauer Center, we saw there was a lot of negotiation efficiency when it comes to the same infrastructure, the same platform, and the same venue. We also were able to save on administrative burdens, such as not having to do contracts between multiple venues, synergies within the same place, and more so simplify the communication and coordination. All of that results in a massive amount of financial benefits. We were able to reduce the catering costs and the venue costs. We were able to lower travel and accommodation expense and basically optimize our budget and cost savings. But the biggest benefit actually came to the attendees. And this is reducing the travel time to multiple events, but more importantly, increasing the networking opportunities that they were able to access in a week long of events between a very diverse set of attendees as well as skill sets. So what is this OE Storage peer review? Well, it's really an assembly of individuals, researchers across the gamut of the energy storage landscape that looks at cutting edge research and guiding that research. And it included national laboratories, the industry, governments, and academia. And they basically were tasked with summarizing the state of art of energy storage research, development, and application. Now, this year was very unique. And as I mentioned, it happened in Bellevue, Washington. We actually had the most attendance this year at 208. And as you can see, majority of it was researchers from national labs. But we had a hefty participation. Somehow the numbers work out equally between academia and industry at 14%. But we also expanded our audience to include utilities, commissions, public service commissions, and other entities who are participating or have a vested interest in some of the research that is being done. Within this portfolio, we had 21 attendees who serve as peer reviewers. And now the peer reviewers actually had the most work to do. They actually had to look at the presentations, look at the cutting edge research, understand if it's technically viable and innovative, how it aligns with the overall DOE missions and priorities, and more importantly, ensuring there's quality research that is being done with taxpayer dollars. Now, another thing here that allows us to tweak our horns a little bit is this co-located concept allowed us to not only do research and get feedback, but move folks from that event on to the next. And in this space, we were actually able to move 63 attendees who attended the peer review into the ESGC. Now, it beckons to ask, well, Mo, why is 60% of the attendees all labs folks? Well, there's 2 answers to that. Number one is, let's not forget, it's a peer review. So it's research focused and it's research-based feedback. But more importantly, one of the things that we've been actively engaged on over the last couple of years is to really promote cross-lab collaboration. And we see a couple of benefits with that. The first being the ability to engage on joint research, share resource and expertise, and more importantly, gain insight from interlab review. And this proved very beneficial this year. And through these collaboration, and this slide doesn't show all of the collaboration, so some that I want to highlight. We're able to categorize cross-lab collaboration into 4 categories. The first being technical assistance and field demonstration. And Sandia National Labs, abbreviated SNL, and Pacific Northwest National Lab, abbreviated PNNL, led up a very innovative program called Energy Storage for Social Equity, ES4SE. And this program had one of the greatest impact this year because it provides technical assistance to disadvantaged community, tribal communities, who have a vested interest to deploy energy storage system for whatever pillars of resiliency, reliability, affordability, whatever aspect their interests were. But the key thing is they didn't have the resource or the technical know-how to execute that. And through technical assistance and deployment assistance, this program was very, very successful in deploying systems not only to meet those criteria, but actually support low frequency, high impact events such as some of these storms that we had throughout this year. The second category is around analysis framework. And Eric alluded to this, but one of the things that our storage analysis team did with the support of ANL, Argonne National Lab, and INL, Idaho National Lab, is the release of the Storage Innovation 2030 Framework Study, which looks at the taxonomy of innovation, and more importantly, evaluate the impact of storage on these innovations as it relates to the goals that we set out by 2030. And Oak Ridge National Labs and Sandia did some really nice analysis work when it comes to modeling degradations of and computation analysis and cell degradation for both lithium and non-lithium system. Advanced chemistry and materials. One of our core pillars is really around finding earth abundance material that are low cost and readily available. And this research area here actually really advanced some of our efforts when it comes to scaling up sodium-ion cathode materials, which was done by Argonne and Pacific Northwest, as well as lead-acid technology. And believe it or not, lead-acid is making a comeback. But the one thing I want to highlight in this category is that 5 labs work on sodium. It's that last box at the bottom. And they're really looking at cost-cutting, cost-effective solution for sodium, as well as safety when it comes to that. And this is probably one of the true pillars of collaborations between national labs. And the last area is around safety and testing. And Sandia National Labs and our Oak Ridge National Labs did some really advanced work in early detection of thermal runaway, which is a critical factor when it comes to lithium-ion systems that are being deployed on our grid today. So one thing that we do in OE is really focus on impact. And it behooves me to talk about impact. And if I give you this presentation and not tell you what it means for the industry, then I didn't do my job today. And then Gene's gonna pull me aside at some point today. So when it comes to impact, the least impactful thing on this slide, which I found being super beneficial, is the first bullet. And it's the least impactful. And that is because we package these events together, we are able to reach a broader audience. And through advertising at very strategic point throughout this conference, we were able to encourage attendees to attend the LDES Consortium conference, which was the first time that happened in September after this event. So 24 people from this event actually went on and attended that event. And that is the least impact we made. When it comes to notable impact, starting with the Quest 2.0 analytics. This is a tool an analytic tool that simulate and model energy storage system for behind-the-meter application, especially when you pair with renewable resources such as PV. It also models the deployment aspect of this, and Sandia National Labs actually released version 2.0 of this tool that is an open source and available to the public. Sandia National Lab also made a progress this year through the large-scale destructive testing facility. This is a brand new facility that they set up that allows us to now blow up batteries. One of the coolest things you'll see, but increase the limit of blowing up batteries and testing batteries. And that is all the way up to 100 kilowatt level scale system. And this is one of the first of a kind in this country. Now, I said blowing up batteries, that's just one aspect of disruptive testing. We also do vibration testing, mechanical testing, and any form of failure that could be related to these battery storage systems. And these research are informing a lot of safety measures that are being applicable at deployment as well as first responders tactics. From the regulatory side, Pacific Northwest National Lab supported technical assistance to 3 states, Michigan, Maryland, and New Mexico, 4 utilities, and 1 other private equity. They also assisted NARUC in developing a reference library for energy storage system, which proved very beneficial for their members. NREL also did some innovative things when it comes to their ESET tools, the energy storage evaluation tool, where they were through enhanced usability, control, and modeling capabilities, they were able to expand their usership of these tools from 500 users to 2,000 users within the last year. And last but certainly not least, Argonne National Lab did some very novel framework analysis that looked at the role of long duration storage when it comes to future climate scenario and extreme weather events. And what they actually did was actually model in these storage resources to support low frequency, high impact events that we have been seeing more prominence of. They also did some innovative work when it comes to end of life management. And through their Everbest model, they were able to completely model the end of life of lithium ion system and now making headways on non-lithium ion systems, specifically vanadium flow batteries. So with that said, the storage peer review was deemed a high success, but I'm not here just to talk about a peer review. I'm also here to talk about the summit because these two are co-located. Now, the peer review was from August 5th to August 7th. At the end of a lunch transition, we went into the ESGC summit, which went from August 7th to August 9th. So what used to be week-long events are now much more condensed, much more effective, and much more impactful. Now, when it comes to the ESGC, this year we had, I think my thing is stuck. I'll talk until they fix it. This year, we actually hosted our 4th annual summit. And the purpose of the summit here is really around accelerating the deployment, commercialization, and the utilization of the next generation storage technology to sustain American global leadership in energy storage. But how we actually execute this challenge is within the summit itself. And this summit really brings an energy storage community together so that they could explore a pathway to grid-scale storage that could meet the needs of the nation today and the future. Now, just a little background on the summit. This actually started in 2021 as a virtual event when we launched our long-duration energy storage shot. And just for those who are not familiar with it, the long-duration storage shot set out a target for us. And it states that we should reduce the cost of lithium by 90% relative to the 2020 lithium costs for systems that deliver 10 plus hours within this decade. And that has been the premise that we've been operating on. We started as a virtual event, and each year we keep changing the team. All the way to this year, where we start with an in-person, well, actually we started an in-person event last year, but amplified to a completely in-person event this year with no virtual option under the theme of the power of impact. Now, when you think about this theme of the power of impact, we're bringing leaders, researchers, policymakers, and innovators from around the world to the table to talk about what we're doing, to talk about how we develop the next generation technology and how we make technological advancement with storage. And when I say leaders from around the world, this year we actually hosted a delegation from India at this conference, as well as Australia. And why this is important? Because just yesterday at COP29, we actually signed a memorandum of understanding between the US and Australia on developing long duration storage, among other things. So very timely conference to set these bilateral agreements up in place. Now, the 2.5 days was spent really setting the vision and the landscape for storage, evolving that landscape into rolling up our sleeves, get into the technical challenge, getting into the policy challenge, and any hurdles that are preventing and blocking storage, and have a discussion on ways and means to mitigate those challenges. And last but not least, what are pathway forward, and how do we set the stage for what's to come over the next year or so? I'm happy to report when it comes to impact, this year we had the most registrant and the most attendees. We had a total of 257 folks register with a 234 people in attendance. What does this mean? It means a 91% conversion rate. When you think about industry paid events that people attend, the average conversion rate is 85%. So we have come a tremendous way from where we started as a virtual event to where we actually end up. More importantly though, we had 130 organizations in attendance, and that spanned the gamut of the entire industry. This was the first year we used a mobile app, and as you can see, the adoption rate wasn't that high, 39%, but one of the things that we're looking to do is embellish that and add the ability to do networking, which is very common in most bigger events such as DistribuTech and others. But we also did something very special this year. And we announced the Storage Acceleration Voucher. And this was a very innovative thing that we did because we exposed everyone in attendance to 14 National Lab tools and capability. But we didn't just expose them, we challenged them. And we opened up our National Labs capabilities and tools and released an opportunity, it's a voucher opportunity that allowed us to do two things. One, put our money where our mouth is. So within 48 hours, we released an opportunity and we awarded an opportunity. And I'll tell you what that is in a minute. So what actually we did? Well, number one, we targeted the audience, and the audience had everyone from startups to utilities to EV innovators, builders, the electricity industry in general. And these vouchers basically talked about different lab tools and its capability. And then we asked the audience, tell us what your challenge is. Meet with these lab tools and form a problem statement. We reviewed that problem statement and pair them up with the appropriate tools. We did that all within 48 hours. But here's the kicker. What the voucher enables them to do is not just solve a problem. These problems are very timely and in most cases often leads to valley of debt when it comes to storage. Basically, canceling a project, canceling a technology, or really stagnate the market. By unlocking the National Lab tools and capability, we're able to now pair companies up with National Labs expert, leading researchers in the field that allows them to work on these problems that is equivalent to 40 hours of the lab time to come up with solutions. And that has been well received and something that we will potentially be looking to scale in the future. Last but not least, the next two slides will talk about feedback that we got from our planning committee. So we had a successful conference, but it was not over. How do we debrief? How do we understand what worked, what didn't work? And one of the things, or a couple of things that came out or stood out right off the bat was really around the calibers of speakers that we actually had. People were very impressed with the content as well as the topicalness of what they were saying. The agenda flowed naturally and relatively, but more importantly, the lab showcase, the voucher program, actually set the energy for the entire event. We also got praise for the LinkedIn, the promotion when it comes to the graphics that we use, and here's an example of me with it, because it was easy for speakers to actually post on LinkedIn, and the creative look of the event. But it's always nice to hear good feedback. What about the bad things? So there were 4 key takeaways that we took from this conference. One, avoid August for 2 reasons. August seems to be the most prominent month for events, and there's a lot of events that are conflicting for that date. The second, when it comes to family, August seems to be the vacation month, as well as the get ready for school, back to school month. So this doesn't work. So we'll have to change that date, that month as we go forward. The second thing here is having more information about the speaker up front before we dive into the conversation. The feedback from the audience, people want to know who's on stage, who's talking, and what are their authority to talk about what they're talking. And that's something we're seeing more and more. And then the last thing is more time for Q&A, which requires more engagement and a tweak for engagement. So with that said, when it comes to the next step, the co-location model works. Right now, we're in the planning process for 2025, so we'll be happy to hear your suggestion or your take, or even whatever ideas you might have. We are also seeking, or potentially will be seeking, an increase in budget. One of the reasons why only 63 people were able to go to the ESUC event because we had lab allocations and cutoff limits. We'll try to increase that, and that requires an increase in budget. And the location next year will be in DC. More to come on that. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
I'll turn over to Vince and then take any questions after.
All right, so as Mo mentioned, August 5th through 9th was in Bellevue, Washington. We decided to tax our headquarters staff and see how long we could keep them in Washington State. And so we actually did the dedication the following week of the new grid storage launchpad. Now, realizing a lot of you are new, we thought we'd go back through and just kind of give an overview of what we're trying to accomplish with the grid storage launchpad. And then I'll finish up and talk a little bit more about the actual dedication event. So I think we're all probably aware at this point of the overnight success of lithium ion that was 40 years in the making. And so in starting up the grid storage launchpad was really posing the question, the next flow battery technology that comes out, the next sodium battery that are going to be directed towards grid scale energy storage, how do we accelerate that development timeline? How do we not just wait this 40-year development cycle that we've seen historically? And so that really came down to, how do we accelerate this? How do we get these technologies validated so there is an end user acceptance of these technologies as they come out? And then how do we better use the actual resources within the national lab system to benefit this? And so that really goes into those 4 mission pillars that we have with GSL: to validate, accelerate, collaborate, and then finally educate. And I'll talk a little bit more on each of these in the next. But overall, this was a $75 million investment from DOE's Office of Electricity to really co-locate and add new capabilities to the energy storage landscape. That was cost shared with roughly $35 million, $20 million in new capital equipment, $8 million from the state of Washington to outfit that. Another $12 million between PNNL and Battelle, who runs PNNL, for new equipment that we can use for that process that are dedicated towards energy storage research. And then a $15 million, what's called lab-directed research and development by PNNL, that is looking at how do we utilize AI machine learning to be part of this acceleration process in there. So when we look at the pillars, the first one there is validation. We are as guilty at PNNL as for having the press release on the next technology, but how do we set up a process to validate that? Development and get that out for everyone. And so that's, as you see, well, that's what we're geared for GSL. It's validating it not only at a materials level, but all the way up until we get to 100 kilowatt, 400 kilowatt scale systems. And really the goal there is to take these technologies to that level, validate once they have their cells into modules, into packs with a more mature battery management system. Can we take that and put that through a standardized grid duty cycle so we can show how the performance of this, how does this compare to other state-of-the-art technologies out there, and be able to make an informed decision. The acceleration, we've already talked about dedicated equipment to this effort, but also just by having co-location of people in with their labs. So example, and I think this is indicative of most national labs, when you have a new area start, you go out and find an area within the lab that you can set up the lab to do that. So now with the grid storage launchpad, all those are able to be co-located. So our researcher is taking their material, walking down the hall where they will look at scale up. then that's going down from that scale up, next door to do that testing. So all co-located right there. Finally, collaboration. We'll go through what GSL does. It does not do everything that we need for grid storage, but can it be an entry point where we connect to the other DOE sponsored resources? So you saw mentioned earlier on the safety testing and destructive testing that our partners at Sandia work on. If you need large scale testing and want to take a system to a megawatt scale, can we make that connection with NREL and their ESIF facility? Then finally, education. And when we saw this, and this is one of the things that we're currently working on launching, is all the way from Energy Storage 101 courses that people can take in a short chunk and get up to speed on what the basics are, to what do we need to do for authorities having jurisdictions, first responders, safety professionals, that they can go through what's the correct delivery mechanisms for them, through looking at how do you do storage and regulatory planning. So all those are courses that are currently being developed that will be looking at offering a combination of online, more regional focused training, or training that will be, at the lab utilizing those lab assets. And so I think the key to all this, whether we're accelerating or validating, and one of the things that we focused on in GSL is we have to get the application space distilled all the way through the development cycle. So when that researcher is developing the next sodium ion cathode material, are they testing it to a realistic grid duty cycle to see if that is going to work? And the goal here is for us to fail faster. We need to test it, then they can make the changes. Let's not invest years and millions of dollars in trying to scale up and then find out that that's not going to work in the application space. So by bringing that down, to the most basic levels, we can get that development faster. But also now, by having that systematic duty cycle that's distilled away, as we start integrating the AI machine learning, we have that consistency across scales. And so now can I start with that tool, as they put the first cell, anode, cathode, and electrolyte together, are we able to make high fidelity projections of what this is going to look at grid scale? And so it's the combination of being rigorous in the way that we're testing things, and then the AI development tools on the way up to connect those scales and get an idea how they are going to perform. So this is a general layout of the technology. We've got areas here like the visualization lab. This is where looking at, where is storage and grid planning models? What are the applications? This is coming out of our Electricity Infrastructure Operations Center, EIOC, where we're looking at what the big planning needs are for energy storage. How does that develop into a use case that GSL can then use for the development process? But then you start off from everywhere from more fundamental science, as you look down here. Let me see if I can do this. In operando characterization, this is equipment that's dedicated towards that. So we can take a new material. You can take, in the case we've done so far, is a silicon anode particle. Put it in there with the electrolyte. Look at how it takes in the lithium. What's the expansion of it? Is there degradation of that? And so you're doing that at a fundamental particle level. At this point, we can take those, transition them into where we're doing the technology developments, but then get into the prototyping, where we can take these new materials, get them up into industrially relevant scales. And so one of the new aspects that GSL is adding is a 20 amp hour prismatic line. It's the first prismatic line within the DOE system to take those more grid focused and for prismatic is being looked at for long haul trucking, and be able to put those in a realistic format in there, in addition to your traditional pouch cell type format. But then you start looking at the validation. So we have two different validation areas. This area here is looking at systems that are 10 kilowatt, 40 kilowatt hours. So these are typically pre-commercial. An industry would come to us, typically with the first time they're kind of putting together their pack. It may have a rudimentary battery management system, or we're just doing DC testing of that. provide them feedback on how it's performing. Again, doing that under that standardized duty cycle. But then the large one, the 100 kilowatt scale test chambers. There are 6 of those that we can handle 100 kilowatt, 400 kilowatt hour. Really what we're looking at now is that module that is going to go into a larger megawatt scale system. We want that to come in with a fully mature battery management system that we can test and validate and how it operates. We are set up if that system comes in, whether DC or AC, with their power electronics, and put that through that same duty cycle. So you can see in one area, one building being able to go from fundamental science, having that consistency in how we're testing all the way to 100 kilowatt scale in there. So I did mention on the dedication, we were able to do this August 13th, so we kept everyone over for the weekend. On the 12th, we did have our DOE and industry steering teams, which several in the audience here were able to attend. Kick off the dedication on the 13th, and we put a one-day workshop around that. So here you see the picture of the ribbon cutting. We were able to do a technology showcase, so we had a lot of our developers that are working on longer duration energy storage and are going to be potential users of this there to kind of share their information on what their systems are developing. And then the workshop. So overall, we had about 250 attendees for the dedication and workshop. Again, about 30 media interviews and articles. Since that time, and since we turned this over to research in April, we've had about 750 visitors that have come through the Grid Storage Launchpad so far. Since the dedication in August, we are almost up to 400 people that have come through in that. And that's including roughly about 130 last Monday as we hosted the International Sodium Ion Battery Conference in there. So we're getting this out. We've had a lot of discussions already with technology developers about where we can help them in that process, whether that's testing at that smaller scale or at the 100 kilowatt scale. So with that, we're still in the process of getting like the large test labs up and operational and making sure we have all of our operational procedures. And then we'll be setting up the process by which companies can come in and do that testing. So I'll leave it with that, and then hopefully we have some time if you have any additional questions.
Yes, so thank you very much. I think we're going to open it up for questions now, and as people get their tents up, I had kind of a start off kicker here to maybe address briefly, but yeah, I appreciate that you guys have focused a lot on a lot of the recommendations that were in the previous energy storage biennial that focused from the electricity system perspective on how do you get deployment out faster. There's a lot of areas around modeling, safety testing, working with states, regulatory outreach, vouchers for development, test beds that I think hit all those marks. I think question as other questions come in is where do you feel there's kind of the most work still to do? Just kind of briefly within there, where do you feel there's probably the biggest gap still remaining?
I'll start though. One of the most complex challenges is going to be helping all the new players who are in the energy sector, who are coming to this, looking for energy solutions, generally understand the potential for energy storage. And I'm talking about either like everyone from schools and churches to data centers, like people who may have been more passive consumers of electricity in the past, now taking a much more active role in figuring out where and how they're getting their, or what kind of electricity they're getting. I think that combined with the number of new technologies and the speed of new technologies coming out is a challenge for us to sort of make sure those two ends of the industry meet in ways that can allow them to make faster decisions.
The only thing I'll build off of that is the safety aspect of it. As the technology are developing at a much rapid pace, the safety features are coming with it, but how you get those safety features adopted. And when it comes to first responders, when it comes to AHJs, how do we brand that? How do we communicate these safety features in a way that is easily understandable, it is easily accessible from the information perspective, and the language is consistent throughout.
I think the only thing I would add to that is standardization. And so I know through the Energy Storage Grand Challenge, one of the things we're looking at is what can we do to standardize the low TRL process? So you know what this new chemistry is coming out, and how do you compare that against all the labs and all the universities coming out? How do you do that for higher TRL? So I think it's another thing that we can really focus on to help move this forward.
Excellent. Allison.
Thank you, Allison Silverstein, Consulting. I appreciate all of the work that y'all are doing on new battery technologies and on extending the duration capabilities of batteries. But there are already maybe, besides all the gigs of new battery, of existing technologies that are being deployed today on utility scale, there's probably 1 million homes and facilities with behind the meter batteries that are already out there in the wild doing stuff. And I am wondering what you are doing to help us understand not just all the usual hand-waving virtual power plant kumbaya stuff, but actually what are you talked about a normal duty cycle. We don't have a normal duty cycle for behind the meter batteries. And the folks who want to use the battery on the side of my house don't have my interests at heart. And so I'm wondering whether and what you can do to help inform that conversation with respect to what are the ways to use the batteries that are already out in the wild in ways that are not destructive to those batteries or to the economic investment that me and 1 million other people have put into them, motivated by our own personal resilience and protection, and not just, oh, let's protect the grid and, the hell with you and your battery in the process. Thank you.
I'll take the first stab at that, and I have a 2 to 3 prong answer to it because it's a very topical. It's a very topical question, and you touch on multiple areas. And the first area is around safety. I think the safety standards that are existing for grid scale system is not 100% transferable to a residential system, especially when it comes to B system being deployed in a garage. Right? You can't really vent properly. You can't really install, or it's not cost effective to install fire suppression system and so forth. I want to pivot and come back to that by saying what we're doing about it today. And one of the things that we have on the market right now is called the behind the meter integration price, storage integration price. And what that, recognizing the uniqueness of what you just described, I'll give an example of Miss McGillicuddy, who lives in the end of the block. And Ms. McGillicuddy is a 70-year-old woman who very forward thinking, very green thinking, and she wants a storage system. But she has a PV on her roof and she's driving a Tesla. When you think about that construct, she's dealing with 3 or 4 different vendors. One for the PV system, she's her own maintainers for the Tesla car. And then another vendor is talking about a battery system. Number one, interoperability of these equipment is not a one-stop shop. Number two, she's talking to 3 or 4 maintenance provider that she doesn't have a clue on what they're talking about, or as you said, they don't have her best interest at heart. So lowering transaction costs, bridging the gap between these DERs and the interplay that is associated with them is something that the Beyond the Meter Prize is actually addressing today. And that prize is currently on the market, and we're actually looking for awardee by the end of this year as a first phase selection to demonstrate that interoperability or plan to interoperate by DistribuTech in March of 2029. Now, what they're actually delivering at DTEC in 2029 is twofold. One, the ability to form a coalition to be able to deliver that product for Ms. McGillicuddy, and 2, demonstrate that to some extent subsequently after. Now, coming back to the safety stuff, A few weeks ago, I had a meeting in New York with a bunch of first responders across the US, and this concern came up. And one thing that actually came out is the evolution of the UL 9540 testing requirements. And there is a UL 9540B requirements that is on the market today that is focusing on residential system. The only place that I know of that actually have this somewhat implemented is a very localized area in California. So there's still work to be done on scaling UL 9540B to get it adopted, get it to go into the AAJs, into the requirements, and more importantly, looking to make that a requirement for standard residential system.
Right. Lisa.
This is just sort of a little bit of a follow-on to Allison's question, but and excuse me for my ignorance if I don't know, but you know, the growth of EVs in the marketplace, where does your group fit in with the EV group at DOE, and how much are you collaborating as we move much more toward bidirectional charging? I didn't hear you talk about that much, and you know, that's a huge area where I feel like there's been a huge gap in terms of how that's going to impact the grid and how we're going to leverage that as much as possible. And I'm curious, does your lab address that, and where does that sit within DOE, and how do you do the collaboration across the groups?
I'll mention briefly. So there's collaboration between the Office of Electricity's Energy Storage Program and the Office of Energy Efficiency Renewable Energies Vehicle Technologies Program on a couple of different levels. First, we share some facilities on materials research. We are also collaborating on second life EV battery or reuse applications. And then the use of EV batteries on the grid is, I would say, encapsulated in cross-department collaborations on distributed energy resources and virtual power plants. And those are separate streams of work that we participate in.
Deepak.
Thank you. You know, again, I really appreciate the PNNL facility that's gone, and I think that kind of thing is really important to bring the community together and give a place where you can do testing. The worry I have is, you know, I mentioned that, you know, these technologies are moving at a phenomenal pace. You know, we've got these 2-year cycles. I'm testing sodium-ion batteries right now in my lab that are really very, very high performance. You know, I don't know whether we have a good competitive position in battery technology at this point in time. Certainly, you know, but the national labs are doing a lot of work in the space. But you know, are we on par with everybody else? And if so, you know, what are the deep tech to market translation things that we should be doing? We should be really, you know, kind of focusing on bringing that, you know, those technologies to market as quickly as possible to allow, you know, us to kind of regain competitive posture. And I'm not seeing that reflected strongly out here. I just want to kind of raise the flag and see if there's something that we could do to make that happen.
No, I think it's a good point. And one of the things that we've tried to set up with GSL, it's validating those that have, you know, what we're doing on internal development programs coming through, but also making sure we have an insertion point all along the way for industries to come in. In terms of competitive, I think that's one of the reasons we need this kind of the validation of these new technologies. Like you're testing in sodium ion, where are we across the spectrum in terms of the performance of systems that are being developed today here versus elsewhere? And that's one of the things we're really trying to get across is, can we have that standard benchmark where we can do that comparison point across this and get an accurate representation of where we are today?
Excellent. Larry.
Yep. Vince, maybe to you, and it falls on Deepak just a little bit, is as you think about the metrics that you guys are trying to achieve, so percentage of the packaging in terms of accepting charge, discharging, holding more energy, do you have specific metrics like that you know you're kind of driving toward each year? And that could be just like the sodium and talking about what stage is sodium at, or what is the next chemistry that you're working on. That could be even with flow batteries as well. I'm just thinking, what are the metrics? And then also you mentioned the use of generative AI in helping you as well. So do you have, again, it could be use cases and some sort of a measurement that you would say, hey, this year we're going to deploy to do and to take into account generative AI. So just thinking about metrics, do you have those and are you trying to, and it would certainly help us and the industry to better understand what those are, so we all know and as we advance this technology.
So yeah, on the question of metrics, most of our testing now that we're doing, whether that's on a megawatt scale system that's demonstrated with one of our partners down to the lab scale, we tend to focus right now on a high power frequency regular application duty cycle that we test to, and then a 4-hour peak shaving. Now we're obviously looking at adding a long duration duty cycle to there. But when we do those, we treat the storage system as a black box. And so it's really what's the power in and power out, and then what are the auxiliary loads, and those are the types of things that we're measuring across there. So for that system, here's basically how it performs, and try to give that stable baseline. You know, in terms of the overall metrics though, how many systems we can work through in there and get that data, what level of, can we drill down into the TR level? We have, at the end of the day, we have 6 test bays. You know, to be most effective, we're going to need to figure out how we can go out and support systems that are already in the field. How do we do systems that are low TRL just to get the throughput through? Talking about AI machine learning, I think from a research and development side, where we're seeing the most advancements are in the speed at which we do research. And we like to use this case. We had a big initiative, as I mentioned, on AI machine learning. The first time we tried to look at a potential replacement for vanadium in an organic system took us about 3 years from the time we kind of had the idea till we made the modifications till we showed it in a kilowatt stack. Now using AI machine learning, we can make those projections early on. We can use natural language processing to go out, capture all the information, use DFT to model it. That's about a 5 to 6 month process now in there. So in terms of being able to shorten that development window and having some fidelity, we're able to do that. Now we'll have to look at other things as we're trying to incorporate AI machine learning into controls, and how do you change the dispatch of the battery to enhance lifetime or anything like that. Yeah, that'll require another look at it. So
next we have Howard.
Yeah, thanks. This is some really good information. I'm curious, of all of the large scale energy storage technologies that you've seen this year, which ones do you think hold the best promise for short duration, long duration, and then energy density? You know, part of the problem is the footprint is so big for some of these to be able to go grid size that we've really got to get a much more dense energy storage capability there.
The short answer is any answer I could give you today will probably be invalidated tomorrow. My counsel and what we've adopted within the Office of Electricity is to the extent we can, we're defining what we need in terms of the use case or the expectation of the performance of the technology. And our solicitations in recent years have all been open to any technology. And we had a supercapacitor technology that was awarded in a recent FOA that I would not have, if you asked me a year ago if that would be a candidate for long duration storage, I would have been very doubtful. And so that would be my counsel going forward for any organization, which is design processes that are open to incorporating the latest innovations.
Right. We have 2 more. Greg. Pete.
Good afternoon, it's Greg Polis. I'm with the Consumer Advocates of PJM States, and I work in the PJM space. And I really do appreciate all 3 of your presentations. I thought they were really helpful, and I love to see the collaboration and the movement in this area. Andrew, when you asked your question, you asked about where is the most work to be done? And Eric, it struck me your answer was to help other people understand how to use this resource. And in the PJM context, I hear a lot about the fact that renewables and batteries would like to work together to create a resource, but they really find themselves in a situation where those developers are removing the batteries, the storage from the equation because of some of the regulatory issues that come to play and just the cost effectiveness within the PJM construct. I'm curious where the regulatory barriers fit into this equation and how you address that. And perhaps just the second one, just to make it quick, is are there areas that the three of you see specifically where this advisory council can help move things forward?
Yeah, so that is definitely on our forefront of our minds. Earlier this year, we released an RFI that we call the Blue Sky Trading Program. And that is really looking at safety and deployment. But when it comes to the regulatory front, it also goes hand in hand because the regulation is what hinders the adoption, but it's all predicated on safety. And when you think about what is required from a regulatory perspective, look at New York, for example. They had multiple battery fires that the governor of New York commissioned a task force that really examined what is needed and what regulatory mechanism needs to be put into place. And I think the answer is there's no one-stop shop. It differs by location, it differs by region, and one regulations in the Northeast might be substantially different from what is applicable in the Midwest or so forth. So I think holistically, we need to evaluate this based not at a federal level, but more at a state level to really examine the intricacies of the geographic area and what regulation work for that particular area. And that is still a gap, but it's something that we'll be interested in understanding what recommendations the committee might have on how to approach that.
I'll just offer an intro idea for your second question where the EAC can be helpful. The EAC is the only body chartered by Congress with the mandate to look across all of DOE at all of our storage activities. And so if you think of that as a board of directors kind of role for a very dispersely organized, loosely organized startup, that would be tremendously helpful. And for specific focus areas, I think that's a great topic for continued conversation within the subcommittee.
That's great. We got Mark and then Maya, right? Yep.
Great, thank you. Some great information. Two quick questions. When we talk about grid scale, is this, and I'm new here, so I apologize in advance. Is this only looking at large scale, big piles of batteries, or like in our case, we're distributing batteries at substations in a much smaller chunks, 8 to 30 megawatt. So that's sort of the first question. The second one, which is I think really critical to all of us, is where is the bridge to control and management and understanding of how to actually operate the systems? So how do those pieces fit together?
Sorry, I heard you mentioned a metric. What do you consider small scale? I missed the metric.
Well, again, I'm a distribution utility, so for me, we're putting them in again between 8 megawatts and 33 megawatts, but we're distributing them as opposed to putting the 115 megawatts I have in one spot. Talk about safety issues. Yeah. We've put them out at 9 different substations to both disperse the risk, but also to build resilience right down at the distribution level.
Yeah, so we're defining grid scale batteries as exactly your distributed asset or the way you were distributing it. It's in the megawatt scale is what we're calling grid scale system. We're not.
It's not 100 megawatt units. Okay.
Yeah, and again, that definition is certainly subjected to the area and your interconnection requirement, whether you're in the distribution system, whether you're in the transmission system, and so forth, and what that policy is. And if you don't mind, repeat your second question.
The second question was, where's the bridge to control and management? I mean, one of the things that we're facing is understanding when and how to operate the batteries, how to tie it to SCADA, how do we use it for black start should we need it. So is there a component in the program that covers that?
There isn't a component that is specifically covering that. I think part of it is because it's so subjective on your use case, what works or what you design a battery to do at one substation might be completely different or in a different region. As a person who developed battery at a substation for Con Edison in New York, I can tell you what I did in Staten Island was very different from what I did in Brooklyn and Queens. only because the interconnection is different, the use case is different, the demographic in terms of the load curves is different, and how you actually deploy the system to support the overall reliability is different.
Yeah, again, what I was more referring to is visibility and understanding how the batteries are operating in real time in SCADA. That's the question I really have. Because for us, it's very difficult, again, as a distribution utility, to see what is happening. I agree with you 100% that each battery is going to operate differently in each location, but making sure that that's pulled together. And again, in our world, to become more of a DSO, to be able to understand the characteristics and how they're operating in real time.
Yeah, visibility is certainly a challenge, and it depends on your SCADA system, your protocol, or your ownership structure. So what I've seen across the US, some utilities might opt in for a third party to operate their system, and they have their own proprietary software, their ability to understand how the system is operating, balance the cells and balance the operation. Some utility might own to op it. At the end of the day, it's all about a DERMS, getting the DERMS system in place that could allow you the visibility, allow you the capability to see the different points, and then having that central operation control. So potentially a desk to monitor the system throughout. We don't have a specific program within the energy storage portfolio that is looking at this operation aspect of that.
Great. Thank you, Milo.
Yeah, thank you. Milo Blair, Northeast Power Coordinating Council. Mo, you and I have worked on a number of battery installations, right? And I was a little surprised at your attendee breakdown, given that when we talk about utility size battery storage solution, we look on it as the holy grail to the next step. So with just 8%, I think, based on what you showed here from the utilities showing up. I think for us to find a solution, we always say everybody have to show up at the table and have a way, whether it's safety, talking to NYPD, FDNY or otherwise. How do you bridge the gap to get all these folks showing up and coming up with solution, given the sort of attendees that you're having, the breakdown of the attendees, and it's going to take all of us to really solve that issue?
Yeah, I think there's multiple platforms to do that. This particular program, the peer review, is more on the early TRL scale, so meaning early level research on cell chemistry, cell development, battery development. At the utility level involvement to really scale that, it's really more on more mature technology that is ready for deployment. And we do have a program called the Safety and Reliability Program, which we bring utilities in that are looking at products that are ready for deploy and how to do that safety and scaling. When it comes to the peer review and the ESGC, I think we haven't got to that point where we're looking at potentially mass deployment. We're looking at deployment from the perspective of what is needed at the early stage investment, mid-level investment to get the technology ready for deployment. And I think that in itself priced the utility audience short. So to the extent that we could really rethink that approach and understand what else we need to expand in terms of what we're discussing, how we're restructuring that, could potentially bring more utilities to the table.
So on the mass deployment, you see a much more engaged across the industry with all the stakeholders that you think we need to go to the next step.
Correct.
Okay, good. Thanks.
All right, thank you very much. With some things to think about as we get into the end of the day, think about what we're going to do for problem statements, as well as input into the Energy Storage Subcommittee for their Energy Storage Biennial Review and Energy Storage Plan work. We are going to take a 7-minute break. I'm going to borrow it from our next break time. You have 7 minutes. Allow the next crew to come up, focus on supply chain. So thank you very much to our energy storage team, and come back here promptly at 2:37.
We are getting started. I'll go around.
Thank you, everybody. If you could take your seats. I knew I was risking it by putting in a very short break, but I felt it was needed. We're going to start our next panel, focus on supply chain. I'd like to welcome Rebecca Ward, Chief of Staff to DOE Office of Manufacturing and Energy Supply, as well as David Howard, Director of Grid Components, DOE Office of Electricity. Rebecca, David, welcome. Thanks for joining us.
Excellent. Thank you, everyone. Good afternoon. I'm happy to be here. I think I've got.
You might need to switch microphones.
Yeah, switch microphones to go to the first two seats if you can. Very good.
Go ahead. Yeah.
That works.
Okay. All right. Can everyone hear me better there? Okay. All right. Jane, I don't think this is working. If you want to go to the next slide. Okay. As mentioned, my name is Becca Ward.
We can advance the slides for you.
The Chief of Staff for the Energy Manufacturing and Energy Supply Chain. I'm going to fly through just a few slides to give you all context of MESC, which is one of our new offices. We are focused on manufacturing, workforce, and analysis, and we'll get into supply chain analysis. But we will be deploying over $20 billion, including $10 billion from the 48C tax credit, which has a very large grid component. We are certainly in the middle of this manufacturing renaissance, as you can see from the screen, and we have been a key player in making the targeted investments in the gaps of the energy manufacturing. So if we go to the next slide, as I mentioned, this is the three pillars that are supporting the MESC office: manufacturing, workforce, and analysis. And all of our analysis is going to inform the investments made both through MESC, but also helping inform broader investments across the US government and within the Department of Energy. You go to the next slide. Just to situate you, because MESC was one of the offices that was created in the wake of the bipartisan infrastructure law. As you move kind of across the tech spectrum, going from research and development to deployment, MESC is the only office within the Department of Energy that is focused not on deploying grid scale technologies, but in investing in the manufacturing capacity to produce those products, whether it is solar panels, large power transformers, batteries, etc. We are the office that is investing in the manufacturing capacity within the United States. If you go to the next slide, just a highlight, to date, we have deployed about $12 billion of the 20 that was allocated under bill and IRA. And we are really laser focused on our place-based economic impact in job creation, but also in filling those really, really critical supply chains. We have invested overall in 65 new manufacturing facilities, and this spans across all of the energy supply chains. We do have some focused programs that were given to us through Congress for batteries, which ranges from EVs to stationary storage to military applications. We're investing in the spectrum, but also through a couple of different programs that are really targeted in the manufacturing of grid investments. Just for, if you go to the next slide, I just want to give an example that we are investing in both large Fortune 500 companies as well as very small, medium, and manufacturers. So some you may recognize like Dow, but down to some very small companies like Mainspring Energy, which are manufacturing fuel flexible generators. So across the spectrum, this is not all inclusive. We are really trying to target a wide range of stakeholders, and you can see that through our investments. If you go to the next slide, just a sampling, these are the programs that we are implementing via bill and IRA. And I'll draw your attention to 48C, middle of the top row, as well as the bottom bottom right, the Advanced Manufacturing Grants Program. These have very clear applications for grid and grid reliability. And I'd love to give you just a very quick snapshot of that. If you go to the next slide. We recently, in October, did our second round of this advanced manufacturing program. This is restricted just to communities that had a coal mine or plant that is closed. So very targeted investment as in statute. And you can see kind of the geographic flow that goes there. So that's the map of the investments, but I wanted to give a highlight on the next slide of these are some of our selectees. We have some very clear grid applications. Anything from the advanced conductors that fuel flexible generating, high temperature superconducting tape, some of these really key aspects that we don't have the manufacturing for in the US, but we're making those targeted investments. You also see things like Sparks, one of our other investments from our battery manufacturing and material processing awards, is Form Energy, so long duration, 100-hour storage, and you can see a little bit of the application of this across the department, right, where we are investing in that actual facility to bring it online, where that technology is then going to be used in one of the deployment grants from the Grid Deployment Office. So helping bridge that continuum. The other bigger chunk of funding that we have really focused on the grid is through the 48C Advanced Manufacturing Tax Credit. This is a $10 billion program that MESC is managing in partnership with the IRS. It's a capped tax credit. We have selected our first round earlier this year of over 100 projects, and we have everything from large power transformers from Siemens Energy in North Carolina to electrical steel applications and more. This is a little bit of a challenging program in that we can't talk about the full set of folks who have received our tax allocation because that's considered federal tax information, but we do have about 36 companies that have actively disclosed to us that they've received it, so we can talk about them in some detail, but there are another 60 projects, including other grid projects that have received that credit allocation. Just the next slide, just to note that we will have another up to $6 billion of these tax allocations announced in the coming months in early January from the IRS to continue that, and that'll be the next largest chunk of funding that is coming from MESC. So I wanted to give you that kind of context of where are making the investments in the manufacturing as one of our key pillars, and see that as really critical to bringing on that capacity in some of the smaller areas, but also to help address some of those gaps. But one of the other very key pillars that I would like to spend a little bit more time on is around the supply chain. So if you go to the next slide, one more slide, we'll skip over this. Other way. There we go. Okay, so one of the things that MESC is pioneering really in partnership, and would like to thank the Office of Electricity and others in the Department of Energy, is this concept around a supply chain readiness level, or SCRL analysis. We are really going in at a component level to look not just at what does our supply chain look like for the grid as a large component, for instance, but really diving in to look at multiple overlapping risk factors to help say where we need to both target investment or look at additional policy levers. And so this is something that we've developed the initial framework and have preliminary analysis for in the battery space, which I'm going to just show you a little bit about, and are currently underway working on for the grid and the grid storage. So if you go over one, sorry, there we go. So some of the factors that we're looking at this broader framework include how we're able to deploy, what the sourcing risk is, critically what the workforce readiness is. So do we have a trained and available workforce? And this is also really critical as you think of that first graph I showed with the manufacturing capacity coming online. You have many of these that are clustered in geographic areas, all coming online, all receiving the investment at once, and pulling the same workforce. I think as we talk about the grid, right, workforce is a really critical component of how we can actually train and locate the workforce. So looking at that as part of the supply chain is something that we're doing. And then, especially as we're looking, relative to other global producers, where are we on the cost curve? Where are these technologies? What are some of the other investments that are coming down the pipe that may bring some of these resources, these technologies down the cost curve? So just a really quick example of what this could look like using batteries as an example. If you go to the next slide, we know that battery storage, transportation, and military applications, that the growing battery space is going to be critical both for our national security, our economic security, and our grid security. And so as our first example of this, we looked at one, what are the growth demands? If you go to the next slide, even if you ignore all policy kind of aspirations here, you can see the blue line here, economic adoption. These are BNEF, others that look at just economically where we're going. So we see a huge growth in the battery space. And we have been able to see that, if you go to the next slide, we have made really significant investments in the battery space already. If you go one more. So we're looking at total investments over $120 billion of just our US government funding through MESC, LPO, and our tax credit that I mentioned, we're at 33. And again, to the workforce needs, the 150,000 jobs that are being created, in addition to the other manufacturing sectors that are growing in this job demand. But we can actually see that these investments are having a targeted impact in our own energy security and the availability of materials as we look out to 2030. Just to give a really quick example of this, if you go to the next slide, in lithium, for instance. This is if you look from 2021, this yellow tab is the gap of what we are producing and the rest of the world minus China is producing. And so as you look to the huge projected growth in demand of this, we are actually on track to cut that gap in half, right? So this is what we are seeing, that our domestic supply could increase more than 20x, and our lithium dependence is shrinking. So we can see the impact of the investments that we've been making, and can continue to make targeted investments in ways that limit some of our vulnerabilities. Just a quick look at how deep we really get into this on the next slide. This is an example of one battery chemistry that we can see where, looking into the future, where we're going to have some issues and where we may need to deploy additional resources in order to close those vulnerabilities. And if you look at cathode it has multiple inputs, which is why that is a wider portion of the graph. And so we have to show it this way to not reveal too much sensitive information, but this is split into many components further up. And so we're tracking each one of those. So this is the overall framework of our supply chain readiness level. Just next slide just shows our really preliminary analysis of where we have issues in our battery space, including raw materials, the cost competitiveness of manufacturing, and again, that the demand for our workforce is going to exceed supply in 2030. And so where we have that really targeted focus on workforce within MESC. What we're really excited about is this is a framework that we are able to deploy and are in process of deploying. So if you go to the next slide, this is what is on the deck for Musk, with this continued support and with the team we have in place and a team that we hope to grow and able in order to execute all of these. So looking at frameworks for the grid, which I'll tell you a little bit more about, nuclear electrolyzers, in addition to solar. So on the grid side, if you go to the next slide, we are really working to understand both with industry partners, engagement, partnership with folks from OE and others, what are some of the really key bottlenecks? Where do we need to focus? We're looking specifically at distribution transformers, large power transformers, our HVDC systems, and with some of the challenges that the framework that we've developed with the SCRL to dive in. So these are some of the things on the next slide, that we are focusing on in this study that is underway, where we're looking at the demand drivers, including from increased demand from electrification, which I know is a big, I'm sure a big conversation today, the resiliency and response to extreme weather events, and just the need to replace much of our equipment. And so we're pulling these pieces of insight and analysis through, and really looking, if you go to the next slide, about some of the key risks in our grid components. So we've identified a number of these focus areas and have already, these are anonymized, but done some industry engagement and are continuing to do industry engagement around where these risks in our supply chain lie. So this is ongoing work. We really would appreciate any feedback and ongoing dialogue in this, but this is a study that is actively underway in Musk and will be used to both share back with the industry our findings and also help direct additional findings within the U.S. government. I think we're going over today.
Is it?
Hi. Hi, Dave Howard. I'm the Director of Grid Components within the Office of Electricity. I work for Michael Peasant back there, and by consequence, Gil and Jean. So, next slide, please. So the first thing we're going to talk about is not distribution transformers, but license plates, okay? I want you to understand, okay, in just a little bit of research, I found out that there were 292 registered vehicles in the US. That's a lot of vehicles. Within each state, everybody has a unique license plate, right? Be it vanity or whatever. And as of 2023, there's 8,331 different types of designs of license plates or graphics for license plates. That's a complex issue, okay? Bump it, please. But each are the same size, okay? And each has holes in the same place. I'm not trivializing this, but what we're seeing is an example of a common configuration here. Next slide, please. Oh, okay, you're already there. So there are at least 79,421 different types of distribution transformers out there, 60 to 80 million in the United States, and 2,938 different utilities. So I'm going to start off with interesting but made up facts. My first garbage fact is if there's 2,938 utilities, that means there's approximately 20,000 to 27,000 distribution transformers per utility. We know that's wrong. That's not exact. That may not even fit the bell curve. All you PhDs, put down your pencils, you know? But what it does, it gives us kind of like a rough thing here. If we're looking at this, if you've got a large number of transformers in your utility, chances are within your utility, you're already standardizing amongst different types. Okay, Plug this fact into garbage fact number 2. That turns out to be 27 unique types of distribution transformers per utility. As I walk around my local co-op, I see a lot more than 27 unique types in their laydown yard, okay? So what we're looking at is that, again, there's an opportunity here for common configurations between utilities. So you're already doing it. What we're trying to do is look at how do you do it together, okay? If you're looking at why so many types, most of you know this already. There's unique or utility or customer considerations. There's regional differences. If you live near the coast, you want to do stainless steel. You know, people have different painting configurations, stuff like that, okay? Distribution transformer manufacturing has changed over time, not the capability of developing unique types, but the capacity. Next slide, please. So what are we talking about here? Roughly, if you're looking at distribution transformers, you got thirds of stuff. Dry type, your pad mount, and your pole top. And then there's a smaller part of network transformers. Next slide. Why is shortage? You may have seen, you may have read. If you haven't, it's a good article. The NIAC has a report addressing the critical shortage of power transformers to ensure reliability of the U.S. grid. Okay, they credit post-pandemic economic growth, grid modernization, electrification, and renewable and transmission as contributing to the shortage. Their recommendations, they have 5. Can you please bump it once? OE is working on 3 out of 5 right now. Increasing collaboration, encourage commitments between transformer suppliers and sector, and promoting collaboration to standardize transformer design and reduce complexity. Next slide, please. Another report that might be good for you guys to look at or read is, which Rebecca had referenced in her thing, was the NREL major drivers of long-term distribution transformer demand. Here's another opportunity for me to do garbage facts. So they say by 2050, of that 60 to 80 million transformers that are currently existing today, 60 to 80% of these service transformers will have been replaced through routine replenishment. Rebecca alluded to that fact in her presentation, okay? This means what we're talking about is 36 million to 64 million transformers for non-weather related results. We are facing a very, very big challenge that we're coming up to, okay? If we're looking at it over 25 years, that means 1.4 to 2.5 million transformers have to be replaced per year. Across utilities, that roughly turns into about 2 to 3% of your inventory, which if you're from a utility, you might think, yeah, that's about right. But the thing is that through electrification and everything else like this, that number is going to grow within your utility, even if it maintains the same rate. Extreme weather replacements, 12,000 for Katrina and 2,300 for Rita. The takeaways, if you're comparing that, if you're the utility that gets hit by the weather event, yeah, that's bad, okay? But across the country, if we're starting to look at this in a non-utility fashion and look at it as a country challenge, we may be, the takeaway maybe is that replacement is going to bite us, in the future. Changing requirements, there's a growing shift from pole mount to pad mount. That changes some things. That's why we're seeing from manufacturers that they're catching up in their pole mount orders, but they're falling behind in their pad mount. Everything is consistent with the recovery that we've seen this year. Next slide, please. So what we have done is OE came and with the collaboration of the power trade associations, we facilitated discussions with them and also with manufacturers to look at this problem and see what is it we can do. The obvious answer, okay, the big answer is we're looking at Rebecca going, make more transformers. And that's true. You know, we can do that. However, there are things that we can do within the utility spectrum that can help on this, okay? One of them is look at all this variety of distribution transformers and try to make a common configuration. Doesn't have to be for everything, but come on, 79,000 different types. If we cut this down to 40,000, that's still an extreme amount, but we're putting less of a burden on the manufacturers to develop new unique type transformers and have more of a common thing in which they can run the production at that same rate for that same configuration longer. Next slide, please. So how we approach this in talking with utilities and the manufacturers is that we looked at the various types of configurations and the various types of specifications that came along with these transformers, and we looked at it and said, we have to keep this, we can remove these are kind of some special situations. So in that note, in just looking at this and trying to say, this we keep, but this we can kind of put off. Maybe some of these we can do actually at the utilities themselves. Bump it, please. Is that we found we could do roughly 15% of a reduction and up to 40% of a reduction in the number of different types today if we start looking at this. Get the cooperation. Next slide, please. So there's an interchangeability matrix. I'm not going to read all the words, but basically, and you guys know this, is that you can have a part from vendor A and it can be replaced or substituted by another vendor. I'm sure most utilities have their preference, but they also know what their backup is. And the interchangeability matrix kind of helped on that. Is that we were looking through everything, all the components on the transformer, all the accessories, and we were trying to find what kind of coupled where with the input of the manufacturers and the utilities. That's not my presentation. That's a good point. We could do that. We're getting there. Okay, thank you. What I'm coming to you for, okay, is we did some really good work with the manufacturers and with the utilities, okay? We think we found a home for this matrix. Initially, we were going to kick it out to the trade associations, but it was determined that it would be better in a different location. So we're going to put all this data more than likely on a lab website that we will get to you as soon as it gets formed. We and my team are going to various venues to shout the praises of this, to discuss the configuration matrix, to discuss the interchangeability matrix with utilities to at least inform them, okay? But the big thing is all this good work goes nowhere unless we get help. And help in the form of volunteers to do this. So an ask to you is, how do we get utilities not to completely change their way of ordering things, but to do some trials, you know, so to do some testing with this, to do some demonstrations with this, to work with other utilities to get, to confirm an order in which the order is of one configuration, okay? And it could be for a specific pole mount, it could be for a pad mount, whatever, but we're trying to get people to use this, and that's tough. You know that this business is really tough on trying something new. So I thought it would be good to go to you guys and you know, I mean, you are the advisory committee, but to look to you to say, have you tried this? Or we'd recommend that. And I don't need an answer today, but any time in the future, near future would help. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I love direct asks. We're going to start through with questions and comments. We're first going to go with Allison.
Thank you. That's it. My compliments to both of you. You're doing great work and love the framework for how do you tell supply chain readiness. That's long overdue. My question for you, David, is there's close to 3,000 utilities, but how many manufacturers are there for these transformers? Because I think maybe you're targeting the wrong customer or the wrong audience. In every other industry, manufacturers say, screw you, it costs too much to make that, I'm done. And I don't understand why you are not going to them and saying, surely you're losing your pants on this one, why don't you stop making it for those, you know, the person who doesn't want to give up, it's time for them to give up, and the manufacturers could be saying, thank you very much, I'm not making that part anymore as of July 31st. Go try these other 5 things instead because I think they'll work for you.
We did involve the manufacturers throughout, well, for the last half of this process. And in general, what the answer was, when we even went down to a direct manufacturer themselves, pulled them out of the group so they would feel comfortable in discussing. They said, we will make whatever the customer requests. Well, it's not, I would say it's not because they can charge so much. It's, we will make whatever the customer requests, okay? So much like some of the, some other supply chain efforts that were made in OE a while back, is that going to the customers and saying, if you as not an individual customers, but as a regional group or as a region, you know, make a request for a particular configuration. Manufacturers will do that. They won't say we're not making that. They will do it. It's just that you have to get people to agree on what that configuration will be and how it impacts the region. And that's why I say if we start smaller with regions or regional co-op organizations, we will probably do good. But again, it's getting the ball across the line. So does that answer your question?
David, I think that's an excellent answer. Because I've been quiet for too long for me, let me add one thing to it. The other element of this as well is remember, they're manufacturing to an existing grid. Remember that my old saw about you take your customer as they come. The specifications, both some that are way too bespoke and others that are in the red bucket that are absolutely necessary for the stability and operation of the system. So that's part of it. One of the things, David, that the team did is to ensure that as we looked at which of those sorts of common configuration items to look at, we consulted with the manufacturers about what are the things that would actually drive down manufacture time. So it's a bang from the buck type analysis. Moving to a more common set of specs that doesn't drive throughput through existing facilities up, move the needle. It isn't what we want to do. What we want to focus on are those sorts of things that will actually move the needle. But the bottom line is we're starting with an existing utility system that has existing specification requirements to meet the grid. And that's the wonderful complexity of our system.
Mark. Thanks. This is a topic that's been near and dear to my heart for more than a decade. So I have 2 questions and 1 editorial comment. My question is, in 2015, Congress passed the FAST Act, which established OE as having the opportunity to create a strategic transformer reserve. The vision at that point was to pre-order 100 to 125 large power transformers, as well as getting core steel moving. It was squashed for a variety of reasons, which are still kind of sore points for me. But now we're sitting here claiming that, gee, we don't have the capacity. So I'd urge OE and DOE to go back to do that. You want me to do one at a time?
Let's do one at a time, Mark, because you bring, I'm excited about this topic as well. And one of the things that was in the National Infrastructure Advisory Committee report to the president was, let's look at how to address this. I'll be perfectly frank, I helped advise that, and I worked with the Office of Policy and others around the department around what's the most efficient and effective way to make a difference around this. And because of, on distribution transfers, because of the wide level of variation that's out there, the approach that we thought would make the most sense for this country is, instead of creating a giant Indiana Jones giant warehouse like at the end of that first movie, filled with transformers of all ilk, would be to provide certainty into the market. So we called it in our discussions a virtual reserve, which is quite frankly just backstop buying authority. If you make a product that we know the market needs, then if you can't find a buyer for that product, then we will buy it and we will find a way to get it to the market. We thought that was an elegant solution to this. We think a lot of both the utility sector and the manufacturers thought that there could be some value to that. The magic word is appropriations. Well, we have DPA, we had an opportunity here with some potential recovery funding for the last two hurricanes that went through. Unless and until there's some appropriations put forward, we just can't do this darn thing. But let's stay on it, because you know and I know that some sort of backstop authority is necessary to help spark the growth in manufacturing that we need for transformers.
Well, again, just a little more history on that particular topic. Part of the theory behind the Strategic Transformer Reserve was because we would have something in inventory, it would drive the consolidation to types. Because if you couldn't get a transformer, you darn well would pick one out of the inventory that we created. I won't beat that dead horse.
Yeah. Mark, let me say it less. Near term, midterm, long term, one of the concerns near term is that we're just now, 2 years ago, we had a greater crisis than we have now. This year, we had, 2 hurricanes, and we didn't have a supply chain disruption for DTs. That's due to the great work of industry and manufacturing working together. But we didn't want to take and divert a stream of transformers into pallets to go to a reserve at a time we need to get them to utilities. So we got to work this one.
I get it. We're just kind of in an endless do loop on this one. The other piece is Core Steel. There's one manufacturer right now. I didn't see Core Steel listed up there as an investment in terms of manufacturing. I was also kind of surprised to see $351,000 on transformers. Maybe I misread your slide. And I also want to give a little historical perspective. I guess it's one of the benefits of being in the industry for more than 30 years. We forced this problem on ourselves. About 15 years ago, there was a lot of advice given. I used to be a consultant, so no insult to consultants, but by consultants to put the burden on the manufacturer to reduce what we bought as utilities, let the manufacturer stockpile it.
Yeah.
And now we're turning around shocked that they will only build to order. Good news for us is we order 50 to 100 a month because of our growth, but we really have to get back to that issue where we as an industry are willing to either invest nationally for large power transformers or locally in our own investments to make sure that we have things in stockpile, because my sense is we'll have a few more storms. Again, in our case with unbelievable growth, there's months I go through more than 100 a month. And by the way, sign me up to standardize. You can count on United Power for that.
Fabulous. May I underscore, serve as a human highlighter pen to underscore something? You noted that this is an issue that didn't happen to us, it happened with us. but that also means it's eminently solvable, near-term and long-term. The one thing I want to throw in, because I revel in the complexity of this problem, is around the one domestic manufacturer, grain-oriented electrical steel, which is a huge part of the supply problem. Do recognize that although it wasn't part of that exercise, myself, Office of Policy, other parts of the Department of Energy have been working with for quite some time that manufacturer to try to get investments in modernizing the plant as well. The good news is in August of this year, I think they finally signed on to, I believe, $18 million to help modernize the plant to increase throughput. You would ask yourself, if this is a national emergency, why haven't they done something sooner? It's the rational hand of their fiduciary obligation to shareholders. Right now, you can take your capital investment and put it in grain-oriented electrical steel, more difficult to make, more expensive to make, margins are thinner, or non-grain-oriented electrical steel, easier to make, higher profit margins, and quite frankly, a tremendous demand that you can count on for some period of time. The rational hand of the market went one way, but we're seeing here in the United States, the right investments are being made to grow. More needs to be done. I just want to underscore this. Supply chain is absolutely critical to ensure the reliability of America's and resilience of America's electrical system. We need to continue pushing on these things. And that's why a passionate advocate like you is on the EAC.
Teapot.
Thanks. This has been a great discussion, follow-on discussion as well. I have two comments. One is a short one. I mean, one of the reasons we have a problem with transformers, the large ones especially, is because they're all custom, they're all designed for very specific locations. The impedances are fixed. Everything is really fixed and have to be made for that. So it's not very easy to stock spares. I think there was a program DOE had done that we participated in where we looked at hybrid solutions, which allowed you to kind of give flexibility in terms of integrating the same transformer in multiple different locations. So I'd encourage us to kind of keep looking at that. Those are pretty mature now, starting to come up. The second one is really, I think, more interesting in terms of the biggest growth that is occurring is for things like the new loads that are coming on. It's EV chargers, big charging fleets, big PV farms, battery storage, data centers. All of these are DC loads. Okay, and we continue to build big transformers and lots of transformers, then put rectifiers and everything else, and there's a couple of companies now that have started building what we would call solid-state transformers that provide DC output on the other side, these are now in the megawatt range. I think very easily you can see them scaling up into the 1 to 20 megawatt building block that gives you DC on the output, fully bidirectional, and can become purely electronic product that runs at 13 to 34 kV. Now that takes a lot of the chunk of manufacturing for transformers out of the picture, because a lot of that is really transformers that are going in. So I'd like to kind of encourage us to look at that as a very possible solution as well.
Excellent. Larry.
All right, Larry Bickle, Portland General. I'm not quite sure what problem we're trying to solve on the distribution any longer. I get it that the pandemic and where we were heading, we were short transformers. Many of us went through PCBs, changing out a lot of transformers during that period of time. We're back on track, it seems like, for distribution transformers right now. And as you mentioned, storms are getting through. It's the higher level transformers we're short. So when it comes to the data centers and their request right now, you're pushed out 4 or 5 years, they can build, just went down to Dallas and Compass, 10 buildings, 500 megawatts in less than a year. And it takes us 4 to 5 years to get a transformer. So the problem in my mind right now is the larger units. And what are we doing to change that? And so, Gene, you hit on it. And when we sat in on the supply chain issue and talked about DOE being willing to back these manufacturers to get them up to speed, push their inventory up, et cetera. If we can't solve that problem, we're stuck. And so that to me is the issue right now. I love the standardization. We've already done that in many ways. We cut a whole bunch of ours out because you know what, with EVs, solar rooftops, et cetera, heat pumps, that 10, 15 kVA transformer is obsolete. You know, why are you even thinking about it? So we've taken out a whole bunch of those. And again, across the nation, we need to do that. So we'd volunteer to help with that standardization as well. But I want to get to that problem, which is the larger units.
And I will accept your friendly amendment if you say it's not just DTs and LPTs, but every other component that's part of the electrical grid. We need, it's a fast-moving problem, and we need to be focused on the whole of it.
Excellent. Jenny.
Thank you. Actually, that gets to my question too. I appreciated both presentations and love the idea of the supply chain readiness level framework, as well as the idea of looking for volunteers to pilot the standardization of, you know, maybe distribution transformers, but other grid components. And I'm just thinking about Secretary Rodriguez's comment earlier about how we don't utilize the grid and the grid components and grid assets as much as we should. And so my first question is, how would our estimates of our demand for new components and or constraints on supply chains change if we optimize the grid a little bit more and use existing components a little bit more effectively? I suppose that could be like another garbage fact that that is actually quite useful. I like these back of the envelope estimations. And yeah, the other one was on the standardization. So if we're looking at potentially standardizing different types of, let's say, transformers, like distribution transformers or all of the other grid components, can we, is there a possibility to agree on more efficient versions? So at least with distribution transformers, they're DOE efficiency standards, but there aren't any with other grid components. So if there's a way to look forward and try to prioritize and standardize and essentially bring down the cost and scale up manufacturing for these more efficient grid components, that would be quite amazing. Thanks.
Excellent question. My boss is looking at me right now. So thank you. Yeah. Go ahead.
I would just say on the SCRL, part of what we are trying to do is not just say this is where we need to invest to build more, but what are some of the constraints? What are some of the kind of construction alternatives? And so that optimization and those type of policy recommendations are also part of what we are trying to look at as we look at the overall supply chain readiness, particularly when you're talking about either workforce or other geographic constraints.
Great. Kirsten.
Thank you. Kirsten Merkle with NASIO. Rebecca, I wanted to ask you more about the supply chain readiness level. I think that's really fascinating and interesting, but I was curious if you could outline how you, the Department of Energy, is thinking about using it, because I would suspect some of the solutions aren't within DOE or the federal complex at all, but rather with states and local communities. So I was curious how you were thinking about engaging them on this particular.
Absolutely. I think, you know, analysis that sits on a shelf doesn't do anyone any good. And so one of the things that certainly, you know, the Department of Energy has been tasked with a huge amount of funding to get out the door. And so we have been using analysis to help inform where that's going. But particularly, you know, as we've started to socialize some of the initial findings of the preliminary findings of our battery SCRL, we see responses from the private sector saying things like, this is how we can then know where to invest, right? That it's a little bit of a clear signal in a way that it has not been aggregated or analyzed in the same way. And we also have a slate of projects that have gone through it and been vetted that can show some of that demonstrated first of a kind to help ease follow-on investments. And so as we are looking at this in the grid, we absolutely want to be able to say, like, hey, this is one of the key components that we do not have the capacity We may not have the funding program at that time to be able to invest in it from the federal side, but that may be something that is of use for utilities to understand, hey, this is a critical component that if we can't get, or there is a larger supply chain disruption, we won't be able to get X, Y, or Z products. So we very much want to take the findings of this and engage at the private sector and folks that would be making these types of investments or in the position to make some of these policy interventions, whether that's federal government, state government, or local governments.
Great. Paul.
The wonderful work that you're doing has a national security benefit, of course, as well. The U.S. grid is riddled with Chinese products and subcomponents. That's not good. As we go forward with the possible revitalization of prohibition orders, everything else that may be necessary to manage these risks, we've got product availability issues, domestic manufacturing issues on which you're doing great things. We have the security dimension where we'd like to be able to increase the availability of safer products from US and allied sources. And that's kind of been going down a separate track. And the opportunity exists to crosswalk this. And for example, if prohibition orders do occur, it'd be nice to phase that in. So utilities didn't face reliability events because all of a sudden they're not going to have the products they need which they traditionally relied on from Chinese producers. So I'm wondering if you could say a little bit about looking forward, how we're going to align these two activities, product availability, workforce development, all that great stuff, with the imperative to avoid the dangers to the grid posed by the penetration of Chinese products.
So it was no accident that one of the slides I showed us cutting the dependence of lithium from the PRC and covered nations. We at MESC certainly think of this as a national security issue, an energy security issue. And part of what our analysis looks at is where are these components coming from? It's not just do they exist in the global market, but where are they coming from and where are there potential risks if we have any type of trade escalations, et cetera? Like, how are we making sure that each of those components and each of those subcomponents have a domestic onshore or friend-shored type of a supply chain? So that is almost inherent in the FCRL model, is that it's not just do these components exist, does the workforce exist, but where are they coming from and what are the potential risks if that particular chain is disrupted? So we see those as working hand in hand in the modeling we are doing and the analysis that we are doing. The actual policy remedies or investment remedies and how future policies may be phased in, I can't necessarily have a crystal ball into, but we certainly see it as being able to target where we need to bolster our domestic onshoring and friendshoring of those components.
All right, Karen.
Thanks. Karen Whalen with the GridWise Alliance, Becca. This is following on Jean's point about the fact that, a lot of the focus over the last couple of years on supply chain issues has focused on distribution transformers, but we hear, about utilities having trouble getting basic supply stock, like searching all over for a certain screw all over the world. Line trucks are in short supply. And as you know, there's another part of DOE that is deep in negotiations over contracts for billions and billions of dollars of funding for grid deployment. And I'm wondering, and some of those projects are 5 to 8 years in length, and I'm wondering what kind of long-term mechanisms DOE is thinking about putting in place as we go through a transition of administrations to make sure that if these contracts for the GRIP funding have very rigorous milestones. And my fear is that we may run into some sort of supply chain issue. The workforce is a key one where, we're really looking at what are the impacts on this big on this transition if you can't get the workforce. So are there mechanisms that you're thinking about putting in place for the supply chain work to inform some of the program administration work to make sure that if some of those milestones become problematic, that the grantees aren't the ones that are, that this falls on them, that these are kind of more systemic problems?
So I'm mildly hesitant to speak for GDO and their milestones, but MESC follows a pretty similar pattern, right? Where all of our grants have milestones in place. And we certainly, one of the things that we have done is, as part of the application, there is a community benefits, which we really think of as workforce and project de-risking. And so part of the application we're looking at is where are you sourcing your workforce? So we are trying to approach that in some way from the projects from the get-go, having a plan to bring on an adequate workforce, both for construction and for operation. On the supply chain, it's a very good question. We have not had this type of an analysis that can kind of forecast out of, you know, where will there be the gaps for a particular project and what might they need versus the broader industry. I will say typically the department works very closely. We are very, very invested in the success of the projects that we have selected. They've gone through very thorough vetting. And so, you know, sometimes there are product shifts and supply shifts that we then will work with the company on directly. But what we're trying to do overall is make sure that we know where those likely choke points are going to be and invest in the industry as a whole. But, you know, what we've done with MESC too is we have certain battery components that we manufacturing facilities that we know needs a certain input. And through our second round of funding, we're actually able to invest in the saline gas that was a critical precursor to one of our other facilities. So we're trying to make those connections across the supply chain, but it takes time, and that is why we are also hopeful that this type of analysis, when, you know, some of the major bill and IRA funding streams are expended, we can still point to say, this is a critical gap, and have industry step up because they know that there is going to be a demand because there are these existing programs out there that will be dependent on it, and they have a more assured offtake. So that's how we're trying to help square that.
Thank you. Mario?
Yeah, so you guys have done a lot of really interesting work on this, and one of the things that I didn't hear a ton about was sort of really about pricing or market failures, or like the way the manufacturing sector is organized. So I wanted to ask a bit, and I think Allison was kind of going towards that in one of her questions. You know, can you talk more about what you guys have found, and if there is mechanisms that can be pushed that will allow for there to be almost more market solutions rather than, I mean, and I'm not saying that the direct intervention isn't necessary, but from our perspective, I mean, there's obviously problems that need to get solved quickly. But there's also issues that come about if you rely on that for too long. There will tend to be mispricing or a lot of other problems. So curious if you guys have looked at that, or what you have found in the different market segments that you've gone through. And one of them has to do with differentiation of products, and I think that might be a little bit about the thousands of different types of transformers. But, you know, is it an issue of not enough manufacturers, that the price signals are not clear enough, or that they get mistaken?
So we certainly, earlier this year, we put out a request for information on market volatility and market conditions in some of the critical mineral commodity markets to understand, and those results are published on our website. Happy to share those around. But I think the point to remember is we haven't had a very coherent industrial policy, manufacturing capacity, and there's a lot to learn and a lot to reclaim. And one of the things that we're really, you know, pushing on as we are going through the selections of our manufacturing is the viability, the market viability. How high is it on the cost curve of these products, and ensuring that we can get over, you know, some of the hurdles to make sure that these manufacturing facilities come online with enough clear offtake that's in the money. And so we looked at this very closely as you think about some of the critical mineral price volatility. But that is something too that, as we're talking about, you know, we have what seems like a very clear demand signal, but the manufacturing capacity isn't there. And so what are some of those gaps? And I think that's something that with OE and with the study on the supply chain analysis for the grid, we're also hoping to be able to understand and see where there may be some where the market can give more certainty there. But we've to date really focused that a little bit more on our critical mineral manufacturing facilities than necessarily the grid components at this stage, because they've come in and demonstrated very strong offtake thus far.
The only thing I would add to Mario, I think you bring up a really excellent point about you really want to have, for enduring change to happen, you really want to have better functioning markets. In the near term, a lot of what you see us doing at the department is trying to be responsive to market imperfections and deal with things like we put the national labs to work to come up with credible analyses for distribution transformers, as an example, that not just that we predict there'll be growth between now and 2050, but what that growth might look like year to year. Because the real thing that has happened in the past, as folks who have been in industry knows, that we've seen this kind of roller coaster demand and then demand collapse for transformers and things of that nature. So one of the things that the department can do, regardless of the administration, is try to solve those sort of near-term things that provide better information and, to use Becca's words, greater certainty into the free market so it can make appropriate investment decisions. But I would argue, I think the role of the federal government is also to, where there are imperfections in how the market operates, to use incentives and policy and guidance to try to get the market moving in a direction that serves all the American people for not just the near term, but the long term. And that's one of those sorts of things that a body like this can help advise Office of Electricity and Department of Energy on.
Gil? Well,
Yeah, so I was going to say, just one thing, adding on to what Gene was saying. I think a lot of the conversation, as we've heard it today, is utilities and manufacturers. There's also the reality, whether it's Department of Defense or some of the other applications, the federal government is also a procurer of some of these same technologies. So this isn't just about bringing utilities and vendors or manufacturers together. It's also how can we, as a federal entity, better represent and model the behavior that we need to create some of that certainty, the common configurations, et cetera, as well.
Just a quick question, and then I think we have time for one or two more. There's long been a request from the EAC to have some kind of side-by-side analysis of how much energy storage do we need for this vision of the future that we expect to be going to, alongside can we actually develop that? I know we talk a lot about transformers here, but going back to the battery storage analysis, is that something that you've coordinated with Eric and his team on as part of that growth chart? I think it was on like slide 17, or is that something that still maybe needs to go side by side just to?
Yeah, so our analysis that is looking a little bit more on the passenger vehicle side of some of that demand, but it's the components that we're looking at to make sure there is that adequate demand, and we are certainly looking at where the growth of the long duration storage batteries are, but don't have the exact same crosswalk of that. That's ongoing work in part with the grid as well.
Okay, thank you. And Dave?
Last one. Dave, along with you, Vic, we was talking about what the secretary mentioned. I think Jennifer mentioned it too, about utilization. I think about energy efficiency in appliances, all the efforts that the industry and government have done over the last 30 years. Think about fuel efficiency standards. But as we go down this path with the frameworks, I don't want to miss what Deepak also talked about, which was the ability to think about new technologies and a way to make the units actually smarter. Part of the reason we're replacing so many in the industry is because they've been commoditized and dumbed down, and we're getting rid of these units that probably could be still utilized. They're not failing, but because we have the EV load or additional load, we're putting in a newer transformer in the field. The operators are doing this. So I do think on the replacement side, longer term, that intelligent infrastructure, thinking about ways to make the current grid more efficient and not just using the same components we've been putting in the field for the last 100 years is something that we should begin to think about. Because what it would do, to the Secretary's point about this demand collapse, if you continue to have pieces of equipment that can take ongoing load and manage the load better in the field, you don't have that demand collapse in the future. So something for consideration.
Great. And I think that goes to Gene's earlier points about using the existing infrastructure more. I guess the last question, this is for EAC members. This is an opportunity for folks to provide a little bit of input, but want to raise the question while you have Rebecca and David here. Are there any emerging areas of supply chain challenges that you're seeing in the field that you would like to raise up to DOE's attention?
Again, I think, I see a lot of new device technologies coming in play. That's because, whatever the new device is, whether it's an inverter, whether it's a converter, is going to require power electronics. And we're going to have a similar problem in terms of access to the silicon carbide or whatever new technology of devices is there. Again, we don't have a very strong position in that, and we need to be stronger there. Otherwise, we will have a major supply chain constraint starting to show up out there.
Great. Andrew, I might chime in just on battery, at least controls. So I'm only aware of one US manufacturer that does controls. So even if you're getting the battery elements from China, the control would be nice to have from the US.
Great. Jenny?
So I know that a lot of our constraints are affected by global constraints as well. Subsea cable laying ships has been one other one and particularly to exchange electricity between islanded nations or jurisdictions, but also for offshore wind, I believe.
Specifically US made ships, presume.
I'm not sure where they're made.
Allison, yeah.
It would be nice to educate buyers and specifiers to do more commonality and standardization of controls, comms, and security. Because if all of those are being done inconsistently, then you're going to end up with not only inconsistent devices, but also inconsistent command and control. So the more that we have open source interoperability, there is nothing to keep us from making it better, but we should definitely be educating buyers to not let it be dumber and worse. Thank you.
Great. Paul, and then Deepak.
That's an excellent point. Just let me say, there's also benefits in diversity. Because if you rely too much on one basic set of common gateways, for example, you're teeing yourself up for common mode failures across the nation. And so genuine diversity it also has some benefits.
Deepak?
I think, Alison, you mentioned workforce. That's an area of immense concern at this point in time. It's bringing, so much new technology, 2,600 gigawatts of new IBR-based resource on the grid. And there is almost nobody in the utility community that understands power electronics, understands how to integrate that thing. We're not generating enough people out of colleges, who understand this technology. And I'm petrified of what will happen, as we need those people.
Great, excellent. Well, thank you everybody for your participation. Thank you to our presenters, Rebecca and David. You've earned yourselves a 10-minute break, so we'll be right here. Back here promptly at 3:55. Thank you.
Every day.
Thank you. We're about to get started. Folks can find their seats. We're about to get started. Sometimes when people get so caught up during breaks that they don't use the break for necessities until the next committee starts. So we're a little light, but we're going to plug right ahead. Next, we have a session on reliability and resilience with a lot of content to cover. This is both going to be a little bit longer in terms of time on the schedule, about an hour and a half. We're going to break it up after each presenter. We're going to have questions and an opportunity for brief discussion after each one. So make sure you're thinking about your questions or discussion points as we go. I'd like to welcome Bill Parks, the Deputy Assistant Secretary for Good Controls and Communications with the DOE Office of Electricity, Joe Palladino, Senior Advisor for DOE Office of Electricity, Bahram Barazesh, the Principal Power Systems Engineer for the DOE Office of Electricity, and Roshi Nadagi, Program Manager of the DOE Office of Electricity. Welcome. I believe we're going to start with Bill. Bill, thank you.
Correct. Thank you very much. Hey, I want to say that this is an ongoing discussion we're having with the EAC. This is, all my colleagues have been up before talking to the EAC. We wanted to give you a point in time feel for where are we, what things have we done. There are a couple deliverables that we've made, both to you, and there's a joint obligation to Congress, and that Joe's going to talk about a little bit. So we're going to touch on those things. So we're going to, and as Andrew said, there's a lot of content. We're going to touch on highlights. We provided all that for background to give you a feel for the complexity of what we're trying to deal with as we're dealing with all of this. And he said each speaker's going to go. We'll have a few questions or comments, and then we'll go to the next one. So we break it up a little bit, and the angles, the approaches are a little different, so they complement each other. As Gene said in the beginning, we really focused on 4 pillars within our vision of what we do in the office: reliability, resilient, secure, and affordable. And today we're going to talk about 2 of those and how we see that, and how we see as all the changes that are coming to the grid, we're operating like we see these changes are super fast. We feel a sense of urgency from everybody that we talk to, whether we interact with in the industry, whether it's the regulators, state officials, whether it's utility members, co-ops, whatever. We feel it greatly. And part of that are all the things that have come up today: growing asset stress, increased variable generation, more dynamic markets, new controllable assets, increased activity on the grid edge, and massive data and computational advances. And in OE, we are taking slices at some of those things. But today we're going to talk a little bit, how does all that come together, and what does it tell us about the needs to understand what's happening in all the changes, and what that says about what we think about reliability, resiliency, and risk. And what do we need to do to think differently about those subjects? And my colleagues are going to address that. So thank you all for being here. Joe's first.
Thank you. Thank you. I'm going to go.
So we were asked to develop a report in response to Section 8009 of the Energy Act of 2020. And what this asked us to do, this report, was to evaluate the performance of the electric grid. Oh my goodness, right? And in that evaluation, talk about and describe the range of measurable costs, really the value of different sorts of technologies that were actually described in Section 1304A of the Energy Independence and Security Act, which was written in 2007. Okay, and the kinds of technologies that are in that, and in fact, in the presentation that you've got in the appendix, it actually provides the language of 1304A. It really is talking about things like what kind of technologies can you apply to reduce peak demand, to reduce energy requirements. How are you going to affect wide area measurement and visibility, the synchrophaser, for instance, a synchrophaser system. How can we apply to a better extent variable rate structures? How can we actually use electric vehicles to supply power back into the grid? How can we actually advance our communication systems to provide the functionality we need? So there was a host of different sorts of technologies that were described in the Energy Independence and Security Act. Okay, so they wanted us to like talk about not only how we describe the performance of the grid, but how do these technologies begin to improve the technology, begin to improve that performance? And in addition, overlaid on top of this was, well, in your discussion, now consider the application and development of metrics, consider standard methods for calculating potential costs and measurable benefits, identify tools, resources, and models that may improve performance, and think about what the role of the states and regulatory bodies are with respect to helping electric utilities not only remain viable, but also make the needed investments to ensure that we've got a functional grid and remains reliable, secure, and things like that. This is the ask that we got, okay? And we actually been working on this for a couple of years. Is this? Oh, sorry about that. Operator failure. So this is our approach in doing this. We looked at grid performance based upon a series of different measures, metrics, for instance, reliability, resilience, flexibility, energy efficiency, environmental impact, physical and cybersecurity, and affordability. Okay, and we took a look at the data that's out there, and we tried to assess what the performance of the grid was against these measures. But we also took a look at different technologies as prescribed in 1304A, and we reported on how some of these technologies are actually improving performance. So we did that. But what we also wanted to convey, and the overlying almost issue here that we're really trying to address in our program, is the fact that, first of all, many of the metrics supporting analytical methods for those metrics are applied consistently across the country, but not many of these metrics or the analytical methods to utilize them are well established. They're evolving, okay? So we've got an issue there, right? Secondly, the decision processes that we utilize, for instance, integrated planning processes that we utilize to not only set what these metrics are and performance measures are, but also to be able to measure performance, they're evolving. They're evolving. We're going to get into that a little bit. And so things like integrated distribution system plans. Only 22 states right now require utilities to provide long-term integrated distribution system plans. Not all states do integrated resource plans, okay? And we're starting to look at how to couple integrated distribution resource plans with integrated distribution system plans, okay? So there's a lot of evolution going on here. The decision processes are largely shaped by state policies, and these state policies vary considerably across the country. So there was a question that Jennifer, you brought up, and Paul, you brought up about standardization. How do you begin to standardize processes that are amenable to the country, right? But yet you've got all these varied decision processes across the states. How much standardization can we actually employ? Where should that standardization take place so that we can respect the separate desires of different states, et cetera, but that we can actually begin to implement technologies in a more straightforward way, right? We had the conversation about transformers and things like that. And we need to recognize currently that there's a mismatch between the expectations of policymakers, regulators, stakeholders, and utilities regarding what the needed grid investment strategies are and how to compensate those strategies. And then finally, determining the value of technology is not necessarily just based on applying a benefit to cost assessment. we've got many technologies, sensing, communication, control technologies, distributed intelligence technologies. These are all coupled. And so they work in a codependent way. You can't draw a circle around a communication system and do a benefit to cost analysis, right? So again, we need to also evolve methods so that we can determine what the cost effectiveness of our grid investments. So in this paper, we're trying to describe what the performance of the electric grid is. We're trying to show that, you know, some of these technologies can improve that performance. But on the other hand, the processes to actually make those technology investment decisions in the grid are disjointed. And so what we really need to begin to look at is how do we begin to standardize some of these processes? Okay, and that's something that we've been working a lot in our department, working with regulators, working with utilities across the country to really figure out how do we begin to standardize how we look at integrated planning processes at the distribution system level, at the multi-state level, and then coupling those processes. So we got community, state, regional folks that are actually able to work together in a coordinated way, okay, to actually derive what the grid investment strategy should be. Okay, so this is a simple picture. What I'm really trying to convey here is that states develop goals. There are policies around a lot of these goals right here. And what is evolving is the ability for communities and their stakeholders and states to actually really determine what their goals are in a holistic way. And then with a regulator to be able to translate those goals into planning objectives, performance measures, and priorities, and go through a process like that. Those kinds of processes are evolving. Not all states do this the same. And then finally, if we can really articulate what our objectives are, what performance requirements are, and what our priorities are, because we've got whatever jurisdiction you're in, there's limited budget to be able to pay for everything. So we need to be able to begin to prioritize, okay? Being able to articulate, again, what our objectives are leads into then an ability, a requirement to be able to assess business and technological options for achieving needed future capabilities and to formulate grid investment strategies that actually meet those performance requirements, okay? This is a highly idealized way of looking at the kinds of processes we need to start thinking about getting into place, okay? And these are the kinds of things that we are working on, again, in our program. You'll see the goals over here. Some of the goals that are in green, except for the flexibility goal, that's supposed to be yellow in this picture, but it translated differently. The reliability, affordability, efficiency, and environmental goals, those objectives, those metrics, they're fairly well established, but they are evolving. Okay, resilience and security, those metrics are maturing, okay, but not practiced consistently or universally across the country. So, for instance, we've got the CIP, the standards, right? Critical infrastructure protection standards. They cover the bulk power system pretty effectively, but at the distribution system level, we really, again, it's open. It's still an open, wide area to a great extent. Standard processes for cybersecurity, for instance, are not practiced in a consistent way across the country. Okay, and the flexibility metric there, okay, that is very new. That's very, very new. And so the question is how do we advance how we not only articulate what these metrics are, but what are the underlying analytical methods to be able to check performance against these metrics? Okay, and how do we then incorporate these metrics into our planning process? Okay, so these are the kinds of things that we're really trying to work on. And we're eventually what we're really trying to do is we're trying to get at what is the investment strategy that everybody can agree on, you know, either community-wise or state-wise, et cetera. So really quickly, because we don't have a lot of time here, we want to keep a lot of time for discussion. We looked at reliability. At the bulk power system level, NERC defines reliability in terms of adequacy, resource adequacy, and operating reliability. Okay, and we looked really hard at the NERC reports, the 2023 long-term reliability assessment and the 2024 state of reliability reports. Okay, and here are some of the findings that are coming out of that. And I think we talked about this a little bit today. First of all, the 10-year forecasts of peak demand and energy growth are higher than over the past decade. We're seeing electrification, we're seeing data center growth. Planned bulk power system transmission projects have increased the demand for those, but we're still seeing siting and permitting issues with respect to being able to actually implement transmission, okay? There's an increased backlog of new generation projects in the interconnection queue, okay? So what this means is that if we got incredible load growth, if we can't build transmission and we can't get resources online quick enough, we're gonna have to really start thinking about how we're gonna be able to utilize to a much greater extent local resources to meet our energy demands. And do we have the processes in place right now, the standard set of processes in place to actually figure out how to utilize distributed energy resources or how to utilize local resources to be actually able to meet load growth? These are the challenges we have. And a lot of utilities that we've spoken to are really worried about this, right? They're really worried that they're getting incredible load growth and not going to be able to meet that demand. So there are resource adequacy concerns. Okay, do we have enough energy supply to meet the demand? Okay, and NERC is saying, okay, over the next 10 years, we're looking pretty good, but they also identify some high-risk areas. Some high-risk areas in the 27 to 28 timeframe where our resource adequacy may be insufficient to actually be able to meet demand. In addition to that, we've got extreme weather events. That's really been the largest challenge to bulk power system reliability over the years. 2023, the year 2023 is a little bit better than the prior years. We've got so much variability on the system now that conventional power, like coal power plants, can't keep up with the variability. And so there are more forced outages. And then because we don't have standard practices in place for inverter-based resources, whether on the distribution system level, the bulk power system level, we're seeing unexpected loss of generation and lack of ride-through capability. These are the things that NERC is reporting on, okay? So in terms of metrics, we're moving again to the use of more probabilistic metrics. And we're moving from resource adequacy to understanding whether we've got sufficient energy adequacy, resource adequacy over any time scale, right? And how does that affect our reserve margins? We may need larger reserve margins, okay? We're gonna have to determine what our capacity credits are for variable resources under all conditions, right? We have, deterministic, okay, markers for those, but we're really going to have to determine what the effective load carrying capacity is of all of these resources, okay, in real time. So we're going to have to work through that. This is also true at the distribution system level, right? We're going to have to start developing capacity credits for distributed energy resources. All right, because if they're going to be within the mix, the resource mix, we're going to have to understand how well they perform, right? And we're going to have to be able to plan that performance as we develop our grid investment strategies. And then Deepak has been saying, and we agree, we need to enforce more stringent standards for integrated, IBR, inverter-based resources. And this also includes strategies at the distribution system level. We really need to be able to know how to not only visualize but control inverter-based resources, okay? So these are all the challenges we've got because this grid is changing. And just to restate, it's going to be really important on our planning processes to really determine what our grid investment strategies need to be able to deal with this, and then to be able to align the policymaker, the regulator, and the utility and the stakeholders, so they sort of have, so we're getting to a place where they have a common understanding of what the investment strategy is. We're not there right now. So there's a lot of institutional issues we're going to have to address. This is just a map. There's a great NOAA website, and here's a link. Okay, and I suggest that you really look at this website. So really, at this website, they track all of the disasters. Okay, they track all of the weather events, climate disasters, etc. Okay, and they're basically saying that since 2008. The U.S. has experienced a precipitous increase, as you know, in the frequency and severity of extreme weather events. And more than any year on record, and over 3 times higher than 1980 and between 1980 and 2023. 2023 was much greater than the average over that time frame, and the damages are increasing. So we've got increasing not only numbers of climate and weather-based events, but the magnitude of these events is increasing as well. In terms of reliability and resilience, a lot of people say resilience is really just for low frequency, high impact events. We're starting to say no. Resilience, if you go to the definition of resilience, it really has, the definition basically says that we want to prevent and mitigate impacts, okay? So resilience really is applied at any time scale, okay? We're looking at trying to improve the resilience of our systems, no matter what the time scale is. It could be within millisecond time frame or a longer time frame, okay? So all of a sudden now, that makes it simpler to be able to think about what the metric is for resilience. It's not separate from reliability. It can use the same metrics as reliability, okay? But we can talk about that more. But anyway, in this picture on the right, what we're showing is that between 2013 and 2023, the duration of outages, and in terms of SAIDI, the total number of minutes of average customer experiences an outage, as well as CAIDI, the average time required to restore services to customers, that has been fairly level. And if you take a look at the orange and green curve on the bottom there, that's been fairly level across that time frame. When you start to add major event days, though, you'll see the green curve and the orange curve above that being much greater. So really, the outages are really being affected more now by these major event days, by the weather and things like that. The Department of Energy actually asked states to undertake state energy security plans. Those plans go so far, and now what we're seeing is that certain states, like as of 2024, 14 states are now requiring their utilities to do resilience plans. Okay, and so this is a map of the states that are requiring that, and these resilience plans vary between just looking at wildfires or looking at all hazards, or including cybersecurity threats and climate change vulnerability. What's important is that we begin to incorporate threat-based risk assessments into our planning processes. Okay, that's what we really have to start to do. And again, should we start to standardize those methodologies, et cetera? In terms of flexibility, okay, flexibility has become a major concern over the past decade because of the variability in supply, the variability in demand. Okay, and there are some regions of the country where they're actually applying flexibility metrics, like CAISO has a flexibility capacity, the requirement to provide more resources in the system to deal with system flexibility. And again, you've seen the California curve. This curve is getting worse, okay? But NERC also pointed out that Texas is doing a much better job with flexibility because they had energy storage in their system. What's that?
Curve is changing in California because of all the batteries.
This is the California curve.
No, but California, if you look at 2024, because of the batteries, this is a very different curve today than it was in 2022.
So you're saying it's getting better because of the batteries? Absolutely. I mean, that's important. That's a really important data point. So again, it's going to be really important for us now to incorporate flexibility considerations into our planning process. And in fact, I was working with Daniel Brooks at EPRI. They have a great paper on this, and we're going to start to take a look now at trying to look at what processes, analytical approaches we need to undertake to actually be able to incorporate flexibility into our planning processes, and then to be able to share that across the country. I'm gonna stop there because probably taking too much time. We looked at electricity rates and affordability. Some rates are going up now. Okay, this is a picture of where rates are starting to go up. They've been tracking pretty much with inflation, but recently now, because of wildfires, because of electrification and things like that, because of the need to just upgrade systems, some rates in certain parts of the country are increasing. And then I'll just stop there. Missed the last slide. Anyway, there's a slide deck I gave you. Take a look at it. The report that we did is on what I showed you. And again, the one of the major things that we're trying to lay out or prescribe in this report is the fact that we really have to improve our planning processes to get at what the investment strategy should really be. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, we'll go, I believe first we have Karen.
Thanks. Joe, you had a slide that had the map of the states that are doing resilience planning. We know that, there's the energy security planning that DOE had money from states to do. And then there's the provision, I think it was, I can't remember what bill it was in, that required states to do distribution planning. So how do you see all of this planning working together?
No, that's
as much a question for.
Yeah, so no, that's a great question. So we work with CSER. I was in GDO for a while. Right, and so we really tried to develop a program where we were trying to provide common approaches, standardized approaches to do resilience planning. And in fact, if you look at the Hawaii Resilience Working Group, if you do a Google internet search on that, there's a 2020 report that they've done. There's a great layout of how to actually undertake a resilience plan and incorporate the findings of that into a grid investment strategy. The state energy security plans, folks are working on trying to really embed threat-based risk assessments into those plans because they're required. The issue with the state energy security plans is they actually informed more emergency response operations. Really, when you take a look at how they were done before, now what we've been trying to push is try to take those state energy security plans and try to then provide guidance for electric grid investments. Okay, and we're really not quite there yet. honestly. And we've been working with NASIO to a certain extent to try to do that to a certain extent. This resilience planning that you're seeing here, it's done outside of the state energy security planning process. And the state energy security planning process is an all energy. It's not just the electric grid, right? It's looking at all energy and how to address risk associated with that. So it's a little bit broader. This is separate. And so what we really need to do, we need to take a look at, we got a report on this. In fact, we did this report, okay, that shows this graphic. We really need to take a hard look at the methods that people are using to do this and emerge from that and determine, can we begin to standardize or develop more consistency across these processes and be able to apply this more consistently across the United States. I probably didn't know. They're disparate. I should have just probably said that. They're disparate, they're not well coupled. Yeah.
Great. Howard.
Hey, Joe, really appreciate the work that you all are doing, and I appreciate the references to a lot of the material that we put out there. If you want a couple of more things to keep you awake at night, these are some of the things that we've seen recently. One thing that's becoming very apparent is that inverter-based demand is looking very similar to inverter-based resources. We had an event that occurred this summer out in this particular area here, where a single line to ground fault on a 230 kV line took out about 1,500 megawatts of load, and the fault was only on for 3 cycles. So interruption on the transmission occurred correctly. It's just that voltage depression caused a bunch of load. No action on the system that took it out, just that it behaved like inverter-based resources are doing. And so it's becoming apparent that we've got to kind of look at that from a resiliency perspective too.
Good.
That and the amount of load and resources that are inverter-based are causing this weird dynamic on available fault current to occur on the system. So it's becoming, and I hate to use the word apparent, but it's becoming very clear, I think, to a lot of folks, that modeling is becoming more and more of an issue for everyone. As we start talking about resilience planning and resource planning and resiliency planning, if we don't have good models for these new resources and the demand that's out there, the system planners that are looking at all this can't really give a good answer, because they have no idea how these things are going to be behaving. I was channeling my inner Bob Cummings, by the way.
No, that's good. That's good.
But those are the things that are really becoming apparent to us.
Okay, well, we should follow up with you on that. And maybe we're doing some of that in our program, not aware of it, but we should really follow up on it, because modeling the system is really kind of a key to understanding how it works better and what the options are. Yeah.
Great. Deepak.
Thank you. I think a lot of attention our way because of inverter-based resources and devices all causing trouble, and there's nothing that is there in terms of a overall specification that is grid related in any way. So I mean, this is a much bigger and broader problem. But I wanted to kind of go back to something. I mean, you raised this topic along with everybody else, right? I mean, that it's about resilience and reliability and affordability. And when we are now building systems where there's so much of penetration of variable resources that is occurring because it's cost effective, it's low cost, that's why it's being built. There's no other reason. But then on that 100 hours in a year when the sun is not shining and the wind is not blowing, we still need to back everything up. And so we now build a nuclear plant, we build more gas plants, we build something else to back it up. How can that ever be cheaper, and how can it be affordable? Because, to your point, I mean, these resources are not being utilized very effectively. The piece that is not being pulled into this is the market. I mean, we pay a big price when we do search for Uber, but we don't pay a big price when we do search for that, except in Texas and, a couple other places. So there needs to be a real redefinition of what that market design is, and pull that into the whole discussion of, how do you meet that, that piece. If I'm building a data center, I'm going to put my backup generation in because I want that thing to run even when the grid is not there. But everybody else expects the grid to be there even when the sun is not shining. So something has to change out here. And I think if we do that, things are going to be much more expensive, not cheaper.
Deepak, are you talking about bulk level markets? You talking about distribution system level markets? You're talking about both?
All of the above.
All of the above. Okay.
Right, Kirsten.
Thank you, Joe. And I just wanted to talk a little bit about the state energy security plans because you brought it up and Karen asked. So all states, the District of Columbia and the territories are required to do state energy security plans. They submitted them to the Office of Cybersecurity, Energy Security Emergency Response by September 30th of this year. All these plans have 6 required elements under the IIJ. 2 of them are risk assessment and risk mitigation. So while under the ARA days, yes, those plans were focused on energy assurance, they've since morphed to looking at energy security more holistically. And what we're working with the states on right now is thinking about how some of these risk assessments and identification of risk mitigation measures can then be translated into some of the IIJ funding under 4101D, under GRIP, and how states can work with not just the regulated utilities, but also the consumer-owned utilities to kind of think about grid resilience investments. Because I think that's another thing that I would encourage us all to think about. It's not just about regulated utilities, not just about IOUs, it's about the consumer-owned utilities just the same. I think 2 challenges that the states have encountered kind of in thinking about risk assessment and risk mitigation strategies are 3. One is having the data, the local data on climate change and how that affects the grid and grid behavior. And grid investments, because they're trying to make investments today that lasts us through, next decades, which is something that we have to take climate change and weather events into account. I think the second question is really kind of working with the utilities to understand their modeling and understand what assumptions they're making. I think a lot of times there's sort of a disconnect between utilities kind of using proprietary systems and kind of presenting what they're investing and not really the ability for states, state agencies, consumer advocates to understand what sort of this modeling and the assumptions are. And you mentioned Hawaii. I think, having those kind of connections between the state agencies, state energy offices, and PUCs, as well as utilities, is really important to really have a holistic understanding, because it's not just about one utility's service territories. It's about beyond that and thinking about what are some of the investments that need to be borne by ratepayers and what are investments that need to be borne by taxpayers, because it goes beyond one utility service territory.
Thank you.
Great. Mark?
Yeah, I want to echo that comment about non-jurisdictional utilities being one. I see that Colorado is a great example. There's only 6 of us out of 33 utilities in Colorado that are required to report, and we will only trip that number in 2026. I think it's an opportunity for DOE to help a lot of the small utilities. I mean, we do it because of our size, but when I look across that spectrum there, that's a lot of cooperative land. And quite frankly, the average co-op is 5,000 meters. They don't have the capability of doing this. So there may be some type of opportunity for DOE to provide some kind of an oversight or tool to help. Again, I'm not worried about us because we're pretty big, but a lot of these little folks, there's just no way they have the staff to even consider this, even if it was a state requirement. So that would be my request.
No, that's really useful, because we have an agreement in place with NRECA. So we might be able to work cooperatively with them to be able to provide the kind of.
I look at a lot of that land mass, and that's co-op land out there.
Okay.
Not a lot of meters, but a lot of geography.
That's great. Thank you.
Great. And Richard, and then we'll go to the next presenter.
Sure. I'll be quick. Richard Meyer, American Gas Association. I'm just struck on the metrics for resilience and flexibility on the natural gas system. I think we see maybe certain parallels with what you've shared, that the current reliability metrics don't necessarily apply to resilience. and they are inconsistently applied. So we're thinking a lot about this on the gas side. And so two quick questions. One, I'm curious what kind of resilience metrics are coming out of your study of these planning processes. I wanted to pull that thread. And then on metrics for flexibility, which I don't know if there's a little bit of parallel or overlap between those. I would just, it's striking to me that the increased prevalence of batteries and so forth are changing that duck curve quite dramatically. And it's lowering, certain day ahead prices and so forth. But the role of thermal generation may actually increase in importance and value in other times. And how are we really measuring flexibility, again, from the perspective of ensuring we're making the right investments at the right times in the right places? So throw that all out there.
No, that's great. So on the last point, and I know we have models like the North American Energy Resilience Model, for instance, where we're trying to look at the coupling between the natural gas system and the electricity system. In the kind of planning we need to do, we need to look at that coupling as well in a holistic way, okay, to do that. And are we doing that across the country? I'm not sure. Or if we're doing that consistently, I'm not sure, but we need to look at that coupling. In terms of resilience metrics and reliability metrics, it says on the top here that regardless of whether we're looking at issues associated with common failures or high impact, low frequency events, we're still concerned about the duration of outages and the frequency of outages, right? And what their societal impacts are, right? No matter what. So when it comes to resilience metrics, we're still looking at things like SAIDI, but we're doing it in a targeted way. We're looking at SAIDI with respect to a specific population, or SAIDI with respect to a specific critical infrastructure, or SAIDI with respect to a specific critical service. Okay, so really, resilience now is taking really the reliability metrics and now targeting them to critical infrastructure, priority infrastructure and services and things like that, right? It's still frequency, it's still duration, and it's still societal impact, no matter what.
Thank you.
I hope that.
Right. All right, we're going to move on to our next presenter, Bahram Barzash. Yes, as he's getting up there, Allison can pose.
Thank you. A couple suggestions for metrics to consider. And the first, I'm wondering if it may be time to re-examine how many of the things that you assume are low impact, high frequency, low impact, or not at all. I got that wrong. But a lot of the things that we have consistently assumed are low frequency are no longer low frequency, is point number one. And point number two is it might be useful to look at, going back to the duck curve, a bunch of the things that we used to think were problematic, like a duck curve. Maybe one of the metrics you should be looking at is, this used to be historically a problem, is it still a problem? And look at how problems are morphing. So the phenomenon itself should be looked at as a potential resilience measurement, and particularly for flexibility purposes. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. All right, Bahram Barzash.
Hello, everyone. I am Bahram Barzash from Office of Electricity. In this part of panel, after a brief background, I'll cover our initial draft response to EAC recommendations, followed by an overview of the reliability workshop we recently organized, and a discussion on changing requirements of resource adequacy, and finally, touch on our plans going forward. Here on the left side, I have the conventional definition of reliability that I'm sure you are all familiar with. On the right side is some trends on system performance at distribution customer level that NREL has put together using EIA data. The contribution of the bulk power system to distribution customer service unavailability is shown in gray in these graphs. Two observations. Compared to other causes of service unavailability, BPS contribution is typically the smallest. the unusually large contribution in 21 in duration of outages is the profound impact of Winter Storm Uri on some part of the BPS. And second observation here, that the highest number of average distribution customer outages was during the normal condition of the distribution system and not during the major events. This is the blue portion of the bars in the top graph. Distribution is a significant piece of the reliability puzzle, and going forward, with some of the central generating stations retiring and being replaced by distributed resources, not only the location and style of production and the direction of the flows and system steady state and dynamic performance is changing, but also the reliability governance structure is changing as the replacement distributed resources move out of the purview of NERC reliability standards. To facilitate energy transition, EAC has raised a number of reliability issues and has recommended actions to DOE. The industry, in its own assessments, has also made similar observations. For example, NERC's RISC, that's the Reliability Issues Steering Committee, identifies 5 risk profiles for priority, consideration, and action. Or Mid-Continent ISO summarizes the challenges in the resource, into resource and energy adequacy issues, and steady state and dynamic operating reliability issues, and makes the argument that the cost and complexity of implementing solutions to challenges will rise exponentially beyond the 30% energy penetration level of intermittent resources. And at the bottom right is PJM's compelling statement at the recent FERC Reliability Conference that outlines why the current transformation in its footprint is different than the previous energy transitions and why the issues raised should be dealt with on priority basis. While looking at these assessments and recommendations, 2 things stand out. First, commonality on most technical aspects. And second, all of these assessments raise collaboration as key to future reliability. And as the grid transformation progresses, we expect the significance of collaboration to increase substantially. For example, energy adequacy issues during extreme weather events that span over a wide area rise to interconnection level. The interconnection level issues are multi-state, multi-RTO, multi-region, and needs collaboration among these parties to plan and implement solutions. Similarly, we will be expected to deal with challenges that need co-consideration of bulk power system and distribution systems, which again call for more collaboration across jurisdictional lines. And we also have cross-industry issues to deal with, which, for example, span across industries such as electric and gas, each with own jurisdictional boundaries and obligations to serve their own customers. EAC call for action touches on various elements that have collectively been the basis of reliability solutions. We have a draft response to EAC recommendations that summarizes the ongoing efforts by DOE and others that address various aspects of individual issues raised and proposes actions. However, overall, as we look at the ongoing efforts collectively, it becomes clear that there may be opportunities for additional collaboration and co-consideration of the ongoing separate efforts. Additionally, we have suggested in our draft response that EAC's recommendations and call for actions should extend solution space to include the overall power system, including distribution and behind-the-meter arrangements. And also states should be included in formulating solutions. With that background, we did some preparation work and organized a workshop that focused on facilitating collaboration of energy transition. The National Energy Technology Lab and their consultant, Keylogic, helped with preparing the background material and organizing the workshop. 23 participants with broad representation from across the stakeholder community attended the workshop. It was a productive day with robust discussions, and we are considering whether to publish a white paper, the summary of the day, when we receive participant feedback to the notes that we've sent out. This slide summarizes the approach in workshop to characterize challenges and to recognize the legacy nature of the current challenges which have been around for many years. For example, an example is the exit of some of the thermal units because of economic reasons. The collection of factors impacting reliability are summarized here. The pillars of reliability that the workshop participants converged on are shown in blue here and include governance, physical system, customer, planning, siting, permitting, system operation, policy, and markets. And we would welcome EAC's comments on pillars specifically. Resource adequacy was one of the highly debated items. It's also one of the highly priority items that is under discussion within the industry. In general, the classic resource adequacy requirements are transforming to resource, energy, and deliverability adequacy. The slide highlights some of the prominent considerations and discussions that went on in the workshop, and I will touch on a few of these items. For example, the representation of the impact of extreme weather events on power system was a discussion item. And questions are, is the current approach of considering impact as independent outage events sufficient? Or should the impact represented by as common mode outages represented by outage rates that are different than random outage rates? What are the pros and cons of each approach? Do we have sufficient data to support modeling common mode outages? Another example of discussions is the composite interconnection-wide view of adequacy. In particular, in wide area extreme event conditions, which call for the need for the compatibility of the resource adequacy assumptions across the interconnection. Need for standardization here, and pros and cons of centralized versus distributed approaches to achieving interconnection-wide resource adequacy. Another example is the composite generation transmission constellation to model deliverability in adequacy considerations. That calls for representation of transmission as a resource similar to generation. Another discussion area is the adequacy metric itself. LOLE and 1 in 10 criterion is currently used in assessments and for procurements. LOLE does not represent the complexity of today's resource mix. Can the characteristics of the new resource mix be captured by a single metric? Or should a collection of metrics such as LOLE, expected on supplied energy and loss of load hours, be used? In either case, what should be the reference value of the metric or set of metrics? So these were some of the discussions in the workshop, and also some of these discussions are also happening within the industry. The list is long. The list of the resource adequacy issues and discussions is long. I'm not going to go through them all here. So I'm going to stop here with a note that what I've discussed today is part of larger overall OE reliability framework we have underway, and I'll be glad to give an overview of that at other opportunities. Thanks, and I look forward to discussion.
Thank you. First, we have Lauren Azar online.
That was actually for Joe's.
If you're still, yeah.
Yeah.
It's still relevant.
Okay. So, gosh, I don't remember exactly what I was saying, but I can talk about resource adequacy. How's that? I really like this transformation to resource energy and deliverability because I've been doing a lot of work in MISO, and the deliverability of electricity over large areas is key for, among other things, responding to extreme events. And so now I remember what I was going to say. To state the obvious, to what Joe was saying, to get uniformity among the states, we really do need standards. And standards are going to give us not only uniformity among the states, but it will then also hopefully solve the issue of who pays for things. Because once you get a standard, there's less debate over a cost-benefit analysis of what's needed, because you need to meet the standard no matter what. So with that, sorry I was a little scattered. I didn't know I was going to be put on, but thank you very much.
Well, thank you for those comments, really great comments. And, standardization, one of the discussions that's going on is actually on standardization of specifically, resource adequacy arrangements. So with that, basically, many discussions going on, but let's just concentrate on two of them. Would a kind of centralized way of running, for example, in Midwest ISO, running the resource adequacy for the whole footprint? That's probably one approach, right? And the other approach is actually individual entities running this resource adequacy according to a standard. Now, which is the shortest route to the end goal? That's the key question in my mind. Which is the shortest route? Which is the least cost route, and which is the most effective cost, and which is the most affordable route, and which is the least path of resistance? Because these things, as we know from NERC reliability standards processes, standards take a long time to come together. Do we have that time? And that is that's the area we see our role evolving, to bring these parties or everybody together, especially because the jurisdictional lines are also blurred. Here, with resource adequacy, we cannot anymore just concentrate on bulk power system. We have to bring the distribution side into the picture as well. And then we are into another hurdle. So, and frankly, right now, there is no one entity who can take that kind of that brief. And these are the kind of areas we are trying to shed some light on, and using our convening power to move the needle forward.
Great, thank you. Mark?
Just real quick, I think it's important to maybe think about quality as part of this conversation, because having power is fine, but given our digital world, at EPRI, we used to call it SQRA, security, quality, reliability, and availability. That quality component, I can tell you for my industrial members, is huge. So they're calling and whining when we have momentary outages because the systems that they have are really negatively impacted. So I might suggest you add a little bit of flavor of that as well.
No, absolutely. That's another great point as well. And unfortunately, the current reliability indices at distribution level that we capture, that are reported, don't capture that aspect. In fact, the outages that we were looking at, I was showing, they are non-momentary outages, meaning that per IEEE definitions, they are, for the utilities that use IEEE convention, they are outages that are more than 5 minutes. But absolutely, we have to, as we move into this new world with inverter-based devices, quality is going to become important, even more important than today. And as the interactions of transmission and distribution evolve, we are going to see these issues, maybe even at bulk power system as well. So absolutely, that's a great point too. We'll make a note of that, and we'll make sure going forward, that's high on our list too.
Greg P.
Yeah, I'm used to that. Lots of Gregs out there. Greg Pullis with the Consumer Advocates of PJM states. I usually say just Consumer Advocates. This is really helpful, very interesting. On your list, kind of to the quality, I was interested interested in like barriers as well. Like you can see barriers to certain resources that would impact their involvement or their ability to use those resources, which they may be available. Like, I think of DERS as one of them in the PJM region where there's limitations on their ability to be used just because of the construct and stuff like that. And so how those things come into play. My other question was state policies. And I think they're built in and options going forward into your list. I think that's kind of would go into that phrase of options going forward. For example, if a state limits the use of coal, limits the use of some other natural gas or something else, that it seems like that would be in your framework. Is that right?
Yeah. I think I'll take both your points. Those are, again, excellent points. First, on the quality, standards in this.
Ron, can you use the microphone, please?
Yep. Standards is on this list. We really need to come up with standards that capture essence of what's needed for quality. That's one thing going forward. That's what's needed. And then that gradually will have to feed into the, for example, equipment specification and so on. And your second point on states, where was that one on my slides?
I think it was slide 10 when you had your list that you had. Next slide. Oh, I guess one more. Yeah, it was slide 10. Yeah, so here, I was looking at your transformation and some of the components, and state policies obviously have a big impact. And I assume that kind of comes under the resource technology options going forward. And obviously, if a state has a limitation of using certain resources, or even a region, like for example, PJM no longer or uses much less demand response or something like that, that would come into the component of resource technology options going forward. There's obviously limitations. I'm just curious if that you were thinking about including the state.
That was one of the things that I was kind of thinking about when I put this slide together. And also during the workshop we had, another angle to this came out, and that was the mismatch between the reliability briefs and longer term state briefs for resource mixes and so on. The argument was that the entities like RTOs, for example, the capacity construct, and since we are in the context of resource adequacy, I'm going there, is really extending into what PJM, for example, is doing, extending into next year, 2 years, or 3 years. Okay, but really the way we need to look at these things is beyond that, longer term. And that's where it is in the purview of the states, right? So originally, the capacity markets were designed to kind of act as, among other things, as a signal to the states to actually develop the type of resource that's needed. But are they serving that purpose now? And what do we need to do now to enable them to serve that purpose? And that will be the next kind of discussion, right? How do these current capacity constructs, how should they evolve?
I'll just conclude by saying I really appreciate the work on this, and this is fascinating because I think there is a big disconnect between what the states collectively or the advocates or whoever in their jurisdiction is looking for and expecting from someone like PJM, and what actually PJM can do based on the information it has and the resources that are being provided, its construct and the way it's developed. And I certainly think that there's a lot of concern that states may have gone down certain paths, not appreciating how that would impact resource adequacy, and kind of questioning PJM's leadership in that. But in fact, DOE could play a part in that too.
Absolutely. And this is a type of problem that in different forms and shapes has been around for a while. For example, I'm remembering a few years ago, the tension around the minimum offer price cap in PJM territory, or even in ISO New England territory. And, it got resolved in some fashion, but did we actually address the root cause issues? I don't believe so. And that's why, in one of my slides, when I was talking about legacy challenges, which are here today, really roots of some of them go back to many years ago. And they are kind of becoming larger concerns because resource mix is changing. But resource mix change shouldn't be blamed for it. Those are, root cause issues that were there for from many years ago, and they really go to the roots of the way we have designed markets and the way we are operating some of these markets, and the mismatch between the reliability role that PJM, for example, is performing, and the states.
I had MOPR on my bingo card, so I'm pretty happy. We're going to go to Jay Morrison online.
Thank you very much. So, MOPR is always on my bingo card on this issue. I spent a lot of time arguing against MOPR. I'm really glad to hear you talking about looking at the legacy issues and the root causes. And I guess my question is, how deep are you willing to go? There's a lot of sacred cows here, going all the way back to retail competition and a little more recently to the very idea of a capacity market as a signal for resource needs. Are you willing to look at those sacred cows and go back and rethink some of the things that we did in the industry a number of years ago that maybe we didn't understand the implications of at the time?
I usually think a lot before saying yes, but I think at this point, really it's important that we scope the issues completely. And we just don't leave things as bridged across later, because that's been done before and hasn't got us anywhere. Problems, if they are there, they have to be solved. They have to be addressed. And just, kicking the can down the road is not going to help anybody. So I would say, looking at my chiefs here, yes, that's something that we should get involved in.
Thank you.
And Jay, this is Bill, Jay. I would just iterate that, yeah, we need to do that. We need to go back and peel back what were the basic assumptions and what's different about today that we want to deal with. So thanks for the question.
Great. Jenny?
I'll try to be super quick. So I appreciate your presentation and also Joe's presentation. The emphasis on metrics is really important. I think also if we, and I like this slide a lot because it also mentions deliverability. Sometimes when we talk about deliverability, we're talking about deliverability constraints, but sometimes when we're looking at utility planning or utility modeling, they might not be looking across borders as much as they could. And so when we look at metrics, for example, applying LOLE across different utility footprints, we might find that we don't need to build as much in order to satisfy the same amount of reliability, if that's the metric that we're using. So I was wondering if an additional bullet on methodology and scenarios and just, would be helpful, because, sometimes we see utility modeling that takes into account inputs and ideas from stakeholders, and that's super helpful. And then sometimes utility modeling doesn't. And so they don't do the scenarios where they might be sharing with their neighbors or sharing more with their neighbors and seeing what that looks like. So having a sense of like, so that's something, having a little bit more transparency and help with modeling could help with making sure that we're calculating the metrics with the kinds of assumptions and scenarios that that various stakeholders would like to see and could be realistic. So I don't know how that plays into this this entire effort, but I just wanted to raise the concept of also including some guidance or best practices or something like that on methodology and modeling. Thanks.
Absolutely. And in fact, that's an excellent point, an excellent question. I think that, the whole purpose of this is to increase transparency by actually standardizing the methodologies that different entities are using. So yeah, that will definitely make sense to add that to the list. That would be great addition. Thank you.
If I may add to that, we have a grid modeling group as well. They're not speaking today, obviously, but they're linked to what we're doing here and how we can help things. In addition to that, we are doing more outreach with states and regions for exactly that reason. How do we understand the regionality issue and how things could be traded off between others? We're working with a couple right now in the Northwest in TVA territory to try to expand. How can we do more of an integrated system planning approach to everything and to building upon for example, their recent IRP activity that they've done?
Allison for our last comment here.
Thank you. So the questions that you ask dictate the answers that you get. And I want to observe that you were probably directed to say, what does this mean for the grid and how do we do parameters for the grid? But the grid doesn't exist for its own sake. It exists to serve us as individual customers and communities. And I don't see any of that. What about the customer? Or what about the community focus in this? This is all about the grid, the grid, the grid. And there are a lot of different ways that the grid will fail me and has consistently failed me. Hello, Texas customer, take a hint. And so I would encourage you when you are thinking about, reliability and resource adequacy don't mean squat when somebody's shooting at a distribution transformer, or when some drunk hits a car pole, or when there's a cyber attack or a winter storm Uri or Elliott, or when all of our friends in the gas industry decide to independently collude to raise prices and lower supplies. Nothing personal. But so I don't think you are looking at enough of the variables and enough of the parameters to enough of the people and stakeholders who matter. And that's us as individuals and our families and our hospitals and our cop shops. Not just, what about the damn grid? Because I don't care about the grid. I mean, I care about the grid. That's why I'm sitting in this chair. But the point is, the grid isn't there for the grid's sake. The grid is there for our sakes. And I don't hear that in any of what y'all are talking about.
Yep.
That's a great segue to our next talk.
That's another great point. And I just wanted to point out that we have been thinking about that. And the reflection of that is that we consider customer being a pillar of reliability. It is actually one of our pillars.
Consumers, when you talk about a consumer, you are assuming that the consumer is like this, this stupid, agency-less, incompetent performer. And one of the things that you are ignoring is the ways in which customers and policies can help customers themselves. Whether it's me going out and buying PV and a battery, or my state regulator, God forbid, improving energy efficiency rules, and all of the things that you guys do for energy efficiency appliance standards and the like. I don't hear you saying, okay, it's not enough to just characterize the ways in which the grid can fail or could do better. What I'd like to hear you guys talking about is how do we protect customers and communities from all of these failures? Because they are unavoidable.
Absolutely. And that is why, when we put we debated this in the workshop and put that, decide on that as a consumer or customer, it is not your old conventional customer. It is the customer, including everything that you said, the value that the customer puts on electricity, the value that customer has on the quality of the life of customer. All of those are encapsulated there. I mean, there is a lot of detail that I'm not showing in here, but that's a great point, another great point, and definitely the societal, not just the consumer, the overall societal aspects should be part of these considerations. Now, how we do that, how we quantify that, and build it in this kind of assessments and considerations, there are various ways of doing it. Some, not in US, but elsewhere, there has been trials of using some techniques that, for example, decide the level of adequacy dependent on customer evaluation of reliability. But that's definitely an important aspect that we should focus on, and we should bring into discussion.
But part of what I'm trying to tell all of you is elevate the customer and the community more. Don't just talk about grid.
So I think it is a good transition. We go on to the next presentation from Roshi, but this has definitely struck an area, so we'll come back to this at the end as we talk about follow-up. So,
okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Allison, the Hawaii Resilience Working Group process involved stakeholders to be able to determine what their priorities were with regard to where they wanted to do resilience investments. So in a planning process, if you can bring the stakeholders up front to determine what are the priorities, what are my critical resources, et cetera, that's a process that we need to start to institutionalize to a greater extent.
All right, thank you.
Yep, well, the last presenter of the day, I know it's been a long day and I'll make sure to be quick. And Allison, that provided a great transition. I'm going to hit on some of the internal work that we are doing as well. So quickly telling you about some internal efforts within the Office of Electricity related to challenges and opportunities associated with not only benchmarking, tracking, but also enhancing grid resilience. So I want to give you a snapshot view. And actually, if I move away from the mic, can you guys hear me well?
No, because they have to hear online, unfortunately.
Got it. Okay,
Yep.
so I can't move around. That's
All
fine. All right, sounds great. All right, so giving you a quick snapshot of our effort related to resilience. There's a lot of really great discussions of we want to avoid legacy issues, right? We want to make sure we have a system in place that is not just relevant for today or can measure things that happened yesterday, but actually has an expansive enough view and avoids blind spots so that we can be very forward looking. So in OE, we are harnessing a three-pronged approach for better understanding resilience. And the first pillar is doing a very comprehensive review of the literature and knowledge synthesis. What I mean by that is that we are reading everything under the sun, anything from lab reports, technical reports, peer-reviewed articles, and we are harnessing the principles of research design, and I'll talk a little bit about that, to do knowledge synthesis. And of course, doing that in silo is hubris, right? We are extensively engaging with stakeholders to make sure that the knowledge we are co-producing is relevant. And of course, we are deeply engaged with some of the resilience-related initiatives that are ongoing within our agency and across the federal government. And the end goal is what we are going to present to you, hopefully in the near future, is OE's vision document that lays out the foundations for characterizing grid resilience in a holistic way. So I said a little bit about doing literature review and trying to do knowledge synthesis. I want to give you a quick example of what I mean by that. So sorry to veer off from the area of focus, but imagine the concept of fear. And again, maybe that's not a very good example this late in the evening, but we all have a very good understanding of what fear is, right? We all know what it is. But if you want to operationalize it, maybe you want to do a systematic intervention or whatever, you want to be able to really systematically measure it. And then I might ask you, hey, how do I measure fear? And then somebody would say, hey, my heart rate goes up. And the other one says, oh, I start sweating a lot. And the other one says, I don't know, my pupils start dilating, right? None of us are wrong, but which is it, right? So the idea behind operationalizing a concept is you give it enough conceptual clarity that you can distill it into measurable elements. So then if I say, hey, fear perhaps is a perception of danger that causes not only physiological changes, right, but also behavioral changes. Then we go down the list of, okay, then how can I systematically use metrics to measure all aspects of fear in a more systematic way? Okay, yeah, there are physiological markers, all of the examples I just talked about, but well, maybe if you're looking at the long-term effects of fear, maybe you want to do cortisol level checks or like scans of the size of the amygdala or whatever, but also some behavioral aspects as well, right? So basically, that means fear is not heart rate, right? Heart rate is one marker of fear. And what I mean by that, there's a really long example, is just to say, we want to avoid a scenario where we say resilience is this metric. We want to go back to the first principles, really identify the key elements of the concept, and then say, are we blind? Are we very comprehensive with the set of metrics that we are working with today? What are the potential blind sides? To your point, Allison, the system is changing, right? So we want to make sure that the metrics that we are working with stay relevant. So going back to the concept of resilience, again, we are very, very familiar, right? Like at the conceptual level, I mean, resilience as a concept has penetrated our culture for thousands of years. But we want to adapt it to the grid system, right? And apologies that for the operationalization, I'm not using any definition from PD21 or NERC or NIAC. And in the vision document, we'll elaborate why. But we've been, like I said, we've been reading everything under the sun, going back to the literature on resilience to the 70s. And we wanted to find a definition that is peer-reviewed, well-cited, and also doesn't suffer from some of the blind sides that we might see in some of the existing grid-related literature on resilience. So let's look at just the IPCC example from 2018. It says, well, the resilience of a complex system, its capacity to cope with events, respond or reorganize in ways that maintain their essential functions and or structure, and maintain a capacity for learning, adaptation, and transformation, right? So let me translate this to metrics. If we go to the responding, sorry, I forgot. Is there, oh, great, awesome. All right, so for responding and reorganizing recovery, that's great. We are well covered. And, a lot of great metrics that you were showing, Joe, which are being, practiced across the country. So we have various measures of customers' impacts and outage durations. But are we seeing the full picture with these metrics? And we ought to ask these questions again to make sure we won't, have any legacy issues 10 years down the line. Right, for coping with events, measures of robustness, withstanding of your system. So, we have various measures like load testing metrics, design loads of your infrastructure. There in network science, there is a set of really mature set of indices that allows you, if you know the topology of your system, which most of our utilities do, right, you can characterize several indicators such as betweenness, centrality, and criticality, basically telling you how critical a node is with respect to how interconnected to other resources it is, or how efficiently information diffuses through your system, right? We have lots of great metrics that have actually been in the literature, in the peer-reviewed literature, applied to the grid system, but they're not adopted, right? So perhaps we can ask questions of what is missing? What are the barriers to adoption? But how about the adaptation and transformation piece, right? I mean, there are conversations about, okay, well, if you raise your substation levels and stuff like that related to adaptation, but we really don't have a whole lot of metrics related to adaptation and transformation. And we are trying to ask questions, trying to be curious in this space, and then see what are the areas of gaps. Now, you might say, hey, Roshi, then is it going to be this long, arduous list of metrics that is just going to be confusing and intractable? And the answer is, not really. There is, we've discussed this earlier in several conversations today. There is no silver bullet. The oldest quote in the resilience literature is that when you want to measure resilience, you got to ask resilience of what, for whom, and why. You got to know your objectives. You got to know your scope, boundaries, right? So what, for example, to your point, Allison, in our office, we're collaborating with the building technology office. We're putting out a publication, and I'm so excited. And as soon as we submit it, I'm going to forward it to you and for anybody else who's interested. And the title is Customer-Centric Resilience. The idea is, as we are electrifying the buildings, the role of the customer, as to your point, is not passive anymore, right? And we got to account for that. We got to be a little bit more forward-looking with that. And then, so the way resilience is measured from a perspective of a utility is going to look different to state commissions, it's going to look different for communities, but there are generalizable principles, right? So we want to lay out these scientifically grounded generalizable principles to allow different communities to measure resilience as it best suits them. So maybe I can give you a glimpse of the ongoing effort. Is very much, I have to highlight in bold, very much ongoing effort, and I really, really encourage you guys to provide us feedback. So the first thing is looking at the phases of resilience. So what we want to see is like when a disruption occurs, so on the y-axis you have system functionality, a disruption occurs, what happens across the life cycle of the resilience? So most of you have seen the resilience triangle, resilience trapezoid. This is nothing new. It looks a little bit messier because we wanted to communicate. Unfortunately, in real life, nothing is as smooth as it is in engineering textbooks. But the idea is like your functionality goes down, and then you go back up, right, shortly after a major disruption. And then, of course, with investments in technology, you try to reduce the drop, right, and try to have a more accelerated recovery. So basically, you improve your resilience. And that's great, and everybody talks about it, and I'm sure you guys have seen so many different flavors of the same old graph. But the point of divergence, the way we see it, is we don't stop. Why stop here, right? You got to have the long view. Why are we not talking about adaptation and transformation as much as we talk about recovery? Recovery is key, but perhaps not the entire story. So look, after this point, so that the black curve is your supposed resilience trajectory, but perhaps, there's always like, resilience going back to be bouncing back, going back to the status quo. But maybe that's not relevant, right? For some communities, and all of us know some examples of how it wouldn't even make sense to go back to before. But maybe you actually end up being more resilient, right? You have enhanced resilience, or maybe you have maladaptive investment strategies where, and you end up with something that in the literature is referred to as resilience traps. And that's the part that we are trying to be proactive with the sort of suitable metrics to think systematically about adaptation and transformation to avoid resilience traps. And there is literature that says if you're so recovery focused, there is potential for resilience trap. Now, this is all great. So, greatness and clear in a sense that you can measure resilience metrics across the life cycle of your disaster. But we don't want to just measure and track, right? Benchmark and track over time. We want to be able to know what are the key elements that I got to track. What are the, maybe not even quantitative, qualitative indicators I got to know about to make sure, maybe it's the State Utility Commission, right? Like they want to make sure that the resilience would be improved. Where should I think of in terms of my investment strategy? So what we are thinking about is what are the, and distilling the really vast literature on this topic, and also talking to its practitioners, is like, what are the key elements that you got to keep track of, right, for enhanced resilience? And they're all things from resourcefulness all the way to innovation and learning. And this is, again, very much work in progress. And I can give you a few examples, perhaps, for instance, if you're thinking about resourcefulness, I can't give you a comprehensive set of indicators because, again, remember, we got to know what the objectives are. Who are we measuring this for? What is the objective? But you can think of examples of like access to movable energy resources, metrics related to community social capital, information diffusion during disasters, which is increasingly important. Anyways, I don't want to dwell on this too much, but in the stage of the development we are now is engaging with stakeholders to look at key metrics that tracks basically the key pillars or elements of resilience across the resilience lifecycle, to have sort of a comprehensive set of metrics alongside some generalizable principles for measuring resilience, and put it out there for the greater community to provide feedback on. Now, I can't conclude this talk without talking about risk. And it did come up in the conversations of my colleagues who are doing, again, excellent risk assessments in their subject area. So we, in our office, any effort related to reliability and resilience is rigorously grounded in fundamentals of contemporary risk science. And I say contemporary risk science just to say, I know that there are narrower definitions of risk that have steeped into different communities. And I want to be clear that we are thinking of more holistic risk assessment. We all talked about how everything is mired in this big cloud of uncertainty, given all the changes that are coming on the grid, right? But we don't want to throw our hands up and be like, oh, this is too uncertain, I can't do anything. We want to do uncertainty-informed decision-making, right? So, and this is the area, the risk-informed decision-making area is something that we are focusing on. Just to clarify a little bit more about what I mean is by a holistic risk analysis, the idea is you understand what can go wrong, comprehensive set of scenarios, what are the likely consequences, over what time frame, and what is the likelihood. So your risk description is not only a function of hazard scenarios or consequences, but uncertainties. Uncertainties is a key pillar of being able to measure your risk. And here I want to say, we are not being very generic about what we say, oh, uncertainty, right? Like we are very particular about and aware of the fact that there are different types of uncertainty, right? And as Joe was mentioning, and I think Bahram as well, that we are moving to probabilistic metrics and everything, and that's awesome. That's what we got to do. But I'm talking beyond just measuring stochasticity of systems through probabilistic methods. There's also dealing with the unknowns, right? For systems where you don't have a lot of data for, but you got to make decisions. And there's a whole list of methods, right? Like there are fuzzy sets methods, Bayesian methods. There are precedents in other sectors where there is deeply uncertain but high consequence scenarios, and they are working with systematic and quantitative way of measuring and mitigating those risks. We are being very systematic about how to invest in various different types of uncertainty to develop knowledge base in those areas, putting our dollars where our mouth is. I'm very excited to share with you guys that we have put out the notice of intent, and then the funding opportunity will come online soon. There is this opportunity we call Harmony, which aims to basically expand the knowledge base related to risk metrics and uncertainty quantification in a way that is usable for the decision maker, right? Like we don't want anything abstract, pie in the sky, something that is more practical. And with that, being very quick because I recognize, we are really at time, but this is our 5-year plan. We are currently working to publish our resilience framework, and soon we'll put out a resilience metrics for the greater community to provide feedback. And then this is basically what is going to be guiding our R&D investment. And with that, I really appreciate your attention so late in the day, and what an honor to talk to you guys today.
Thank you very much. A quick question for all of you, and we can start with Joe. Bahram, let Roshi catch your breath. Where are some of these conversations happening, right? So we talk about specifically about the evolving resource adequacy metric. You said you're working on internally, but in the context of it sounds like EAC members want involvement and to help contribute to that. Where is the conversation happening now? Is it internal? Is it internal/external?
In terms of reliability and resilience, for instance?
Specifically, evolving this resource adequacy metric discussion.
Got it.
And then you, Joe, the question would be around kind of resilience planning tools for states and utilities.
Yeah. So I think the group up here really is really trying to address that and trying to build some standardization around it. But to Roshi's point, really reviewing the literature right now, finding out where people are at, because some people are really advanced in this space, and then finding out what the gaps are, and then trying to standardize to a certain extent, or provide considerations, etc. I'll just stop there.
Probably we've been tracking the resource adequacy developments for longer, and most of the discussion is right now happening with the participants that we have contributed to our workshop. And we are hoping to extend that and make it more ongoing and possibly making it a working group. And one of the items there will be resource adequacy. So I invite EAC participation if there is interest.
I think there is. And then Roshi, on the resilience matrix, that you have a group that you're working with to fill that out now as well. Yeah. Well, I don't need it, but there is a group that you're
And so basically informally working across the, is this? Oh, got it. Okay. We've had various opportunities to gather with different stakeholders through workshops, program review, and so on. And we have on the books, I don't know if I'm allowed to say that, planned workshops in the future, and we're happy to engage experts and stakeholders. But yeah, we are, I think the one key thing for all of us is, I don't know if the term is knowledge co-production, like not working in silo, producing that knowledge alongside experts and stakeholders.
excellent. Oh, Gil, yeah.
All right, 5-second comment. What part of the purpose of bringing this particular panel together is it's not one entity responsible for reliability, resilience, et cetera. So what you heard was sort of the suite of how do we bring developments in from the risk science community, which could be in academia or other sectors. How do we reassess the way reliability has been handled at the ISOs, RTOs, both power system, and learn from that experience of where the gaps may be emerging. And then finally with Joe, it's really being able to do 20-some states you've worked with this past year in looking at frameworks and distribution system planning processes that capture that knowledge and put them into frameworks that can then be scaled and utilized. And that's sort of the nature of why these individuals are here, and also how as an office we're trying to be able to take the insights that are more research oriented and translate them into something that's practical and useful.
Excellent. Greg, Pete.
Yeah, well, thanks. So Roshi, that was a really good presentation. I appreciate it. One thing I noticed was when your slides, the role of risk science. We talk about risk a lot in our PJM region, and one thing is who bears the risk is such an important part of the equation. Obviously, there are many risks, but if you put it on, for example, customers don't have the ability to manage that risk versus others, and that becomes a significant part of the discussion on those things. And then I think this was brought up before, but customer-centric. I think one thing we've been really focusing on, or going to focus on going forward, is some of the language that's used when we come into these situations where resilience is an issue. Where, for example, customers get a notice on TV saying that there could be load shed and you need to take action now, kind of thing, and trying to figure out ways to address that reaction, and how do we address going forward, how to be more customer focused, since they are kind of the last line of resilience as we're shedding load. Thanks.
Yeah, no, that's a great point. So about who bears the risk is something that we are thinking about, but maybe we need to think about it a little bit more in depth about the customer-centric aspect. Like I said, we are working with different offices on publications, and the idea that, you know, for communities is like continued access to electricity is what matters, right? So how would you actually go about measuring that and tracking that? And the last piece I wanted to say is, like, as Gil was mentioning, we are trying to bring fundamentals of risk science into our practice. And one of the key elements of doing risk, I mean, I talked about risk description, but one of the key tenets of risk science, which I forgot to mention, is assumption deviation analytics. Like any model approach you have, if you don't show the decision maker the sensitivity of your results that's maybe to your point, Jennifer, and some other points that were raised earlier, like it's maybe not completely meaningless, but it could be misleading, right? Like, so bringing in approaches of how allowing some of those analyses and models to be more transparent with sensitivity of their insights to the underlying assumptions and uncertainties. So we are thinking across various different principles of risk science and how it can be adapted to the grid system.
Excellent. Lisa.
Yeah, just quickly, a very good presentation, Roshi. I was just curious too if you've been coordinating at all with the entities like Tapestry, Google X, because they've been doing some really interesting things with AI and machine learning, gathering 1,000 data points on the grid and trying to figure out where the most vulnerable parts are on the grid relative to resiliency and reliability. And I was just wondering, are you coordinating at all with private sector on some of these issues and showing them the framework you're trying to come up with and see what they're doing and how much can be leveraged?
Great point. So I wouldn't say not necessarily a formal coordination. I've been tracking their activities, but perhaps that's a great point too. I know there's been DOE level coordination with tech companies in the resilience space, and I've been tracking those activities, but maybe that's a internal conversation for us. That's a great point. Thank you.
Yeah, they're just doing some really exciting
you're
things,
right.
and you should leverage some of that.
That's right. Thank you.
We have Deepak and then Neil.
Great presentation, Rishi. Thank you so much. And again, I think the right points in my mind, reliability, resiliency are really go hand in hand. Affordability sometimes get impacted by that, but I want to kind of lean on something that I think Gil, you mentioned, and I think this is the way we all tend to think about it. We think of reliability as in the bulk system, it's 94 nines or 5 nines. There isn't a single customer who has that. And ultimately, it's about the customer, right? And technologies have changed dramatically where we don't have to depend on central generation to be having that bit of power. So, I think in my mind, at least, resiliency starts at the node level, at whether it's a residential node or community node or business node, whatever. That's where the resiliency really starts. And so, whatever you can do to build that up really helps the whole system. Right, it eases the strain on the utility in terms of getting restoration back. So there's a whole bunch of things that happen. What I think is important from a resiliency point of view is everybody has different assets. What is the interoperability of those assets? Okay, how can you make sure that different technologies can interoperate and work together? So DOE can be a leader in terms of setting the specifications, almost technology agnostic specifications that allow devices to work together, not only from communication point of view, but also really from the physics point of view. So I think if you can do that, that really goes a very long way towards getting, this problem addressed, I think.
Okay. All right, we have Milo.
Yes. So really good approach, Rashi. I think the way you bring us along was really the way you need to bring the industry along. I think a lot of folks, to Linda's point, a lot of folks have done work on the definition for both resiliency, risk. So how you communicate it and how you push it across the industry will be very important. But the way you methodically bring it out, I think it's really great. So great job, I think.
Excellent. All right. I want to thank our panel very much for this. Thank you for your contributions. I think there's going to be a little bit of follow-up based on the conversations today. We'll get to that in a second. We have a couple more agenda items before we get to our wrap-up. First, subcommittee updates. Been passed along to me that our subcommittee updates are very brief. So on the Grid Resilience for National Security Subcommittee, there was discussion today of the white papers that they are working on. They're going to work on them over the course of the next meeting and hopefully have them for distribution to the broader committee at our February meeting. Excellent. For the Energy Storage Subcommittee, the work for that subcommittee continues on the Energy Storage Biennial Review, also to be finalized by the February meeting. There are no Smart Grid Subcommittee updates at this time, but anticipate there will be coming out of this meeting. A lot of activity at the next Smart Grid Subcommittee meeting, which is tomorrow. So join that for more engagement. I want to take this time to check to see, Jane, if there are any public comments.
There are no public comments.
Excellent. So I will use my authority as chair to cancel the break on the agenda so we can finish sooner and go to a wrap-up discussion. Hopefully we can get to conclusion here quickly, but I know there was a lot of energy and discussion around some of these topics. As I mentioned at the top, there is an ambition to have, progresses that lead to formal recommendations by the EAC that DOE can consider. There's also avenues for direct input into, I believe, some ongoing efforts by the Office of Electricity or other places at DOE that I think EAC input would be, I would presume, welcome. And I would put into that category the things that were discussed at this last set of presentations. I think specifically there was a lot of interest among the EAC around this evolving resource adequacy metric and turning into something that potentially could be a model beyond for kind of this future state discussion that we've been perpetually having. Want to kind of check and see where we think the office would be willing to engage EAC in those discussions, either in the smart grid subcommittee or beyond if it requires something else. Similarly for Joe's work around engaging and kind of taking the input from the local resilience planning activities into models that can be disseminated. I think trying to figure out where that input can play, the role can play. And finally on this resilience approach that Rashi went through, where would EAC input be valuable and helpful in kind of piecing out, filling out that matrix or other sources of input into that process, or pulling in more of that customer perspective to the resiliency context. I just kind of want to pinpoint there. The other two key items, or I would say the big other key item that came up during the supply chain conversation that I heard was around Larry's discussion of maybe potentially focusing on more of the large power transformer shortages that are anticipated. There might be more things there that members have interest in. And then additional work on energy storage, I think is largely being folded into the energy storage biennial. But I want to kind of quickly open the floor to others to see where there may be some key items, key takeaways, key opportunities for future work that committee members want to engage in, and then kind of turn it over to Office of Electricity for final thoughts on that. Lisa,
Yeah,
is that
can I-
new or is old? Yes.
No, I mean, I just want to talk about maybe having a slightly different process, maybe at the beginning of the year. I think this has been great, and I love having this more reactive discussion relative to the presentations that are made. But I'm wondering if we could, at some point, maybe have a session with DOE in an interactive, sort of more proactive session, taking the different, taking maybe the three topics of the subcommittees. And, I used to run these CEO executive forums where you would just have maybe one person or two or three people tee up for 2 to 3 minutes a topic, and then you'd focus on the key challenges that are facing that and talk about what are the priorities, and go around the room and kind of get people's inputs on things relative to a particular topic, the challenges that are being faced, and what should be the things to really drill down into. And it's similar to what we're doing here in this format, but it's slightly different in that it would be probably a tiny bit more proactive versus reactive to slides that we're seeing and presenting. So just throwing that out as, possible shift to do on one of the sessions when we're all together as something just up for discussion. And I can show you more what I'm thinking in terms of process, if that's.
No, I think that's welcome. I think
If versus more presentation, it would be more discussion focused.
yes, and I think with the meetings we've had in the past that are more discussion focused have been more productive. I think this time was the agenda was a little bit compressed. I think we squeezed a day plus into half a day. So I think opportunities for more discussion, engagement.
No, it's very valuable.
Well,
But I mean, listen,
yes.
This was excellent today. It's really good, but
And also coming up with.
I just want to make sure we're not
prioritization.
missing anything as a critical thing that we should be focused on versus reacting to the slides that are being presented.
I think maybe if we look at the next subcommittees as like maybe a start of that. To
Yeah.
really seed what we do. And that's normally what subcommittees do, is set the agenda for kind of a portion of the next main meeting. But I think really pulling from, like you mentioned, from the start, like seeding, what are some of the big challenges we need to be tackling coming forward?
Just to put it in context.
Yeah,
more.
well, I'd
You
hoped
know,
we'd have time today to kind of get to some of that brainstorming for next year, but clearly there's a lot of content today, so we didn't have time for that.
Right, right.
And Deepak?
Just want to kind of build on that a little bit. I mean, certainly like the idea of a proactive approach instead of a reactive approach. We are in a world of great complexity because we have a collision of an existing very complex large system and very fast moving, fast evolving multiple technology segments that are impacting it. I think the only way I could think of going past that clutter is to get above it and to really, kind of work with OE to, define in almost non-technical terms, as we've been trying to do, what is the North Star, okay, that we are all aspiring to, that we would like to see happen, and then break that down and look at other because one of the things is you don't want to lose the investment that we've made, okay, but you also want to absorb what's coming in and meet all the other. So, I think a session, almost an hour-long session that kind of discusses at that level would be very helpful in my mind, at least, because right now we have so many different threads that are going on. It's almost impossible to pull it together. We have to step above that.
All right, we have Lynn online, Lynn Kiesling.
Hi. I have several things I would love to say, but I'm not going to take all the time other than to say thank you. I agree. This has been very informative. I also agree with Lisa and Deepak that on this more proactive and opportunity and taking advantage of kind of stepping back, zooming out a little is valuable. And I think, at least coming from my perspective as the sort of representative social scientist, there's a lot of interesting academic literature that relates to all of the presentations, but especially in this last session on resilience, coming from economics, political science, public policy, complexity science, that I would market design, that I would love to see us have an opportunity to integrate, that I don't think it would be good to have opportunities to have that breaking down of that kind of DOE lab academic literature silo. And I am volunteering to help do that. So, and I look forward to seeing you all in, I think it's March, in person.
Good correction on the meeting in March. Thanks, Lynn. All right, Lauren Azar.
Thanks very much, and Andrew, this was a fantastic meeting, so thank you very much. The one thing I want to raise, I do think that the discussions about being proactive should be happening in the subcommittees because, we are all focused on our expertise in subcommittees. I do raise the issue that was raised earlier today that the scope of the subcommittees are limited. And as an example, resilience, I guess it could go into Paul Stockton's group, but I don't know. So part of this is just a question for those members, especially new members, who are very interested in issues and want to be proactive about those issues, but they don't squarely fall into any one of the subcommittees. My question to you, Andrew, is how should they proceed? Should they contact you?
That's a great question. Actually, it's a question that has come up multiple times over the course of today. Of these subcommittees have overlapping responsibilities, and maybe they don't really respond to where we're going. I mean, just the term smart grid in general hasn't really been used in over a decade meaningfully. And so is it really appropriate? I think we probably can put out, despite the names, I think the content does have some proper delineation. I think we can work with the subcommittee leads to kind of itemize, here's the task that they're going to be working on, share that out with the new members, and so they can better decide which ones are worth their time investment. I think that would be helpful. I don't know how much leeway we have on changing the names, but that may require more activity, but we can give them nice, productive subheaders. And it might be the best we can do. Yeah. We can be creative with the subheaders. Yeah.
Sounds good.
Creative compliance. All right. Well, I thank everybody. I'm only 5 minutes over until we completely blow it out of the water in these last 10 minutes. But I appreciate everyone's work today and participation. Again, thank everybody for the in-person participation that we have in the productive dialogue, which I know will continue this evening for those that are able to stick around for the no-host dinner. But before we go, I do want to kind of share a very personal and professional thanks to Gene Rodriguez for not just his time and service to the broader country, but specifically to us, for his, for the new members that don't know, it's not, I don't think historically has always been the case for the assistant secretary to come in, engage, and have such a detailed dialogue with members, the lowly public that we are. And Gene has been, since his first meeting in here, rolling up his sleeves, not just providing an introduction and leaving to other far more important events, but really trying to understand what the problems are, what's new, what's emerging, and more importantly, going to his staff afterwards and really pressuring them to listen and respond and engage and adjust. And I think that has been a very transformational role that you've played within the department. I want to thank you for that service that you've made over this time. I want to congratulate you for an excellent term that you've had here within the department. And possibly the greatest legacy you've had for this committee is the great selection of new members that you've recruited to be part of it. So I think that is something that will sustain at least for 2 years.
Well, since Andrew made the mistake of saying something nice about me, I demand a rebuttal. And let me demonstrate to you what a rotten person I am to work for. Roshi stood up and thanked you for your kind attention. Well, I shake my tiny fist at all of you. I do not thank you for your kind attention. I thank you for your fulsome engagement. This Electricity Advisory Committee, I believe, and trust me, I get to sneak in on the Secretary's Committee and others as well. I believe this is the most high functioning of the FACAs, simply because the folks who sit around this table are invested in and committed to making a difference. And so I want to thank each and every one of you for doing the members of the Office of Electricity the great honor of helping us to do a much better job, not just for the grid, but for the benefit of the American people. And I also, Milovan, I wanted to call out something that you said. You thanked Roshi up there for her educator's approach to taking what we all, the reason none of us get invited to cocktail parties, unless it's one after one of our EAC meetings, is because we're just mind-numbingly into the detail. We, as an Electricity Advisory Committee, as the Office of Electricity, need to do a much better job of being able to communicate with the outside world. Because the work we need to do together to modernize this country's grid is work that can't just be done 1, 2, 3 times a year as we get together. We have to become champions for this cause. So let me thank you for the work you've done. More importantly, on a personal basis, let me thank you for the opportunity to have worked with each and every one of you. It has been the honor of my life, and I thank you so very much.
With that, and only 9 minutes over, I believe we are adjourned for this meeting. As a quick reminder, for those who are here, there is a no-host dinner afterwards at the Commentary Restaurant at the Westin Hotel, which is right across the street. And that will start shortly hereafter and go until around 8. So thank you all for joining us today. Have a great one.